Hello. Hello, good morning. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining. This is the first ever HSC Masterclass organized by Hybrid Group, and our host is our MD and CEO, Dapo Omolade. Hello.
Hello, good morning. Please confirm you can hear me. Good morning, everyone. You're welcome to Hybrid HSC Masterclass, a one-day free webinar for safety professionals and those who are aspiring to be. My name is Dapo Omolade, also popularly called Dapsin. So I'm very glad to have you here this morning. Thank you so much. Welcome to our platform. Apologies for the late startup of this. Just waiting for a few more persons to join. So in another 1 minute, which should be 10:15, we are going to start this masterclass. I would like to let you know that this masterclass is also being streamed live on our YouTube channel. So if you are finding it difficult to connect to the Zoom, please go to our YouTube channel, and then right there you can have the meeting live. I have my team here with me who are going to be supporting us through this journey of this session today. So once again, welcome. I will be starting anytime from now. Thank you. Right, welcome again. And I'm sure by now you can hear me. Please, if you are unable to hear me right now, please indicate in the chat room. If the chat room is disabled, please can we enable the chat room and also the Q&A room so that we can have questions. So if you can't hear me now, then there should be a problem somewhere. So please, if you're able to hear me, please confirm in the chat room or in the Q&A room that you can hear me. Good morning and welcome to HSC Masterclass brought to you by Hybrid Group. My name once again is Dapo Omolade, the CEO and the lead consultant for Hybrid Group. Today, I'm going to be taking you through a journey, and it's going to be an interesting journey. Number one, interesting because you are not paying for it. So that's the first reason why it is very interesting. So you're going to be getting a 4 to 5 hours conversation on HSC without paying. That's a whole lot of, legals that Hybrid is bringing to you. Of course, if you have followed Hybrid in the last 14, 15 years of our operation, you will know that we have always led in this aspect where we bring in the latest conversation, the latest discussion, what basically you call the trending topic in the health and safety industry. So today we are bringing you this novel initiative from our team to reach out to a whole lot of Nigerians and those who are also joining from outside of Nigeria, because we are aware that there are some people who have also logged in to join this masterclass from all over the world. The whole idea is to take you to a journey that will allow you to understand what HSC is all about. Not just because it's a trending word, but because it is something that is necessary. We'll be taking you through that journey. What does it really mean? How do you become part of this train that is moving? What can you do to benefit from it? Or how does HSC even apply to you as an individual? Or peradventure, you are considering that maybe this is even a career you want to think about. How do you go about that? This and many more are the things that you're going to be benefiting from this platform from now till about 2:30 today. So once again, welcome to HSE Masterclass. Okay, so I'll do a quick introduction of myself leading this team today. Like I mentioned, I have a couple of my teams on the platform that are going to be helping us. I also going to be bringing one or two professionals who have worked with us for some years to the platform today to have a conversation with us on this. So, but for myself leading this train and being the pilot or the driver of this car today, my background is in health and safety. Let me put it that way, because I've been doing this now for about 24 years. And that looks like a very few years ago I started. But I got introduced into this industry some 24 years ago. Have I looked back since then? The answer is no. Would I ever look back? The answer is no. Reason is I've not just found this career. I think the career has also found me in one way or the other. But my journey, in the course of this presentation today, I'll also be walking you through a few things that I've seen in my journey or the journey into health and safety. So I'm a safety practitioner. I'm a consultant in this industry and one of the leading voices in health and safety, not only in Nigeria, but in the whole of the West African and African region. I'm an advocate. I'm also a trainer. Of course, I presently head the business of Hybrid Group, which is everything safety. So within the scope of health and safety, we pride ourselves to being there to offer you every and anything you can consider in the health and safety world, right here from Nigeria. We also have an NGO where I'm presently the National Coordinator of Safety Advocacy and Empowerment Foundation. We also have another NGO called the Omolade Empowerment Initiative, which is an NGO that also promotes a lot in the capacity development of Nigeria. I serve as the National Public Secretary of the Oil and Gas Trainer Association. Of course, professional membership, I've just added a few ones here that I belong to: IOSH, ASSP, RSM, SPIN, ISPON, OSSN, quite a number of them. Don't worry, if you are an existing practitioner in this field, this word will not be strange to you. But if you are not, then it's possible that you'll be wondering, what are all these abbreviations? IOSH, RSM. Well, welcome to the platform where some of these things will be revealed to you today. So I'm a safetypreneur because we have a whole lot of businesses that we do within the industry of safety. I'm a coach, mentor, and I speak at conferences as an alumnus of some prestigious university and institution in the world: Harvard School of Public Health in the US, Columbia Southern University, LSB, that's London School of Business and Finance, Lagos State Business School, Michael Okpara University of Agriculture, University of Agri, Abeokuta, and a couple of other schools that I've attended in my journey into health and safety. So how are we running this show today? There are going to be 3 modules today in the program, and the reason why we're showing you this is for you to plan your time. I do not think that there's any of this section you want to miss today, but these are the 3 modules that we're going to deliver in the next few hours. We will take you to what we call the HSE 101, the fundamentals. And there I'll be telling you this word you hear all the time. What exactly does it mean? This will take place between now and about 12 noon. Then we'll have, during the 12 noon after the session, there'll be a video. It will also serve as a bit of a break time to stretch our legs, to stand up for where you are and just make sure you are comfortable. Then we'll move to module 2. Module 2 will be very important for everyone who is considering that maybe this career is something I would like to do. So we call it how to build a successful HSE career. I'm going to be walking you through that journey to let you see and understand some of the mistakes that some of us have made. I told you I just started safety about 24 years ago, but there were mistakes I made along the journey. And a wise man says, that only a foolish person will make a mistake that somebody has made before. What that means is you don't have to make that mistake that I made. So I will tell you some of those mistakes that I made, tell you how to fast track your journey such that what I've achieved in 24 years, you can achieve it between 10 and 12 years. There are people who are doing that today, but I also walk us through that journey. I don't think that's the module you need to miss. And in module 3, I'll be talking to a practicing HSC professional who I've had a journey with for about 10, 12 years to also know it's going to be conversational. So I will be interviewing as a host, and then she will be giving us some answers to some of the things we have discussed. And then we'll use that to round up the session today. Let me mention to us that if you're on this call today, there are too many bonuses and promo and gifts and courses and discounts that you can win. So that's another reason why attending a free masterclass that gives you some benefit is just not what is common. So again, Hybrid is doing an uncommon thing today, and we welcome you to that platform. So, so that at the end of this, we'll be able to say, yes, these 4 hours I've spent today has been rewarding for me. Thank you so much. So let's move to the journey right now. Module 1, HSC Fundamentals. Please, if you have questions that you would like to ask, please go straight to the Q&A section. My team are continuously monitoring it. They will be answering your question as I progress because I may not be able to monitor that. And then they will answer those that they can answer. And those that are specifically for me, I will come back and answer them when I'm rounding up this session. So please just keep engaging, keep talking, keep chatting, keep enjoying yourself. And of course, for anything that is confusing, please do ask. We call this a masterclass because we expect at the end of it, every confusion, everything that sounds vague to you should be answered. So nothing is stupid. No question is stupid on this platform. Please do ask and you will get an answer. Thank you so much once again. So HSC Fundamentals 101. Introduction. So on this particular slide, we'll be looking at a few content. Introduction to HSC. So we'll talk about that. What exactly does it mean? We'll look at HSC and regulations and compliance. Sustainability. We're looking at emergency response and crisis management. We look at communications and training, and then we round it up by looking at safety culture. What does that entail? So the objective of this particular section is to equip all participants with a comprehensive understanding of the fundamentals of health and safety. Let me put a caveat quickly as we progress. When you finish these sessions, if you complete all the modules, you are going to receive a certificate, which you can also download for yourself. But let me tell you that that certificate will be determining a certificate of attendance or participation. It will give you opportunity to make decision, to also be able to have conversation around health and safety. But it does not make you a competent health and safety person unless you have developed further. I will mention some of those things that we're going to do. So this training or this webinar isn't going to make you like me. So let me put it that way. You will not suddenly become Dapo when you have finished this or that thing. There are still things you will need to do. But it will make you someone that can have or participate in very reasonable conversation when the issues of health and safety comes to the table. So that means during this, I'll be looking at hazard and risk, importance of HSC, consequence of poor HSC practices. I'll be looking at legal and regulatory framework of health and safety. What we actually call the hierarchy of controls in health and safety, incident reporting and investigation, and also emergency preparedness and response. Introduction to HSC. What is that word HSE. I've been using it since. It's called health, safety, and environment. In some other documentation or information or material, you will see occupational health. That's actually what it is. So it's better referred to as occupational health. But for the sake of an acronym, you don't want to call it OHSC. So generally, globally, that word HSE is used. Let me also say that there's other part of the world that you will see HSE being written as SHE, safety, health, and environment. In the US, this is referred to as EHS, environment, health, and safety. So you can get to any organization and you see a mix of those words, some starting with the E, some starting with the H, some starting with the S. I know a big organization in Nigeria, a multinational, they call it SHE, safety, health, and environment. So whichever way it is mixed and matched, it still conveys the same thing. So don't be confused. So that's the first confusion I want to remove. You could see it in any match, it's still talking about the same thing. So let's go by what I consider the commonest, which is the HSE, health, safety, and environment. So we say it's a critical discipline and it encompasses all the measures. Now, if you are writing down, you have a jotter with you, please emphasize this very well in your jotter. It encompasses measures. What do you mean by measures? Measures are controls or everything that you do to protect the people, to protect the assets, and to protect the environment from harm. I will repeat that because that is our job. When you call yourself a health and safety professional, health and safety officer, health and safety supervisor, manager, whatever title you have given to yourself, you have basically assumed that responsibility that your job is to ensure that all measures that will make sure that the people are protected, that the assets is protected, and the environment is protected are within your control to manage. So sometimes people ask me, that, what do you do? And I say very fun, I say, I stop people from killing themselves. I prevent people from going to the hospital. I prevent the environment from being damaged. I prevent the company from losing money. That is my job. That looks very interesting because somebody will ask you, how do you achieve that? So it means there are processes, there are systems, there are structures that are put in place to make sure you achieve that goal. Again, I will repeat that first sentence because that's the summary of all that we are doing today. But there are lots loaded in that summary that you need to understand. HSE is a critical discipline. Now, when I say discipline, I think it requires a little bit of explanation. Engineering is a discipline. Medicine is a discipline. Law is a discipline. Mass communication, facilities management, accountancy, HR, these are all disciplines. And that will form my module 2 conversation because one of the things that in our part of the world we are just beginning to know and understand is that HSC is a discipline. It's a career. It's something that needs to be learned. It's something that needs to be taught, learned, and then needs to be done. In Nigeria and in the space that we have found ourselves, we have not understood HSC as a discipline. Some of us have seen it as maybe one of those additional things. What are you doing? I'm just managing this. What are you managing? I'm just doing safety here. You do not understand that this HSC we're talking about is a discipline like medicine. It's a discipline like any other career you want to consider in the workspace, in the occupational structure. So it is a discipline. I have done this for 24 years. There are people in Nigeria that have retired doing this job. That means they have done it for 40, 50 years. And they start wondering, if you have done it for that long time, how do people think it is not a discipline? So the first thing you must know that this is something you can do for the rest of your life because it is a discipline. So workplace operations in the industry involve risk. So let's go to the workplace. The job of the HSA, the scope of the HSA is to ensure that measures are put in place that harm does not occur to humans, to the equipment, to the environment, and to the production. How is that achieved? This is because in the workplace, or what you call organizations and companies, there are risks that can cause harm. I'll repeat that again. There are things that can cause injuries. There are things that can cause losses. There are things that can cause disruption in every workplace. No matter how simple, no matter how small, no matter how large, whatever part of the world that company is, as long as there's an operational aspect of the company, then harm can take place. Incidents can occur. People can get hurt. You can lose your processes. You can lose your business. All of this put together means there must be a discipline that will guarantee that those losses do not take place. I'm explaining this for almost 15 minutes because of the importance of it. Because if you grab this knowledge, you can begin to make a decision right now to say, wow, is this really something I want to consider? Is this really something that I think is worthwhile? If you can just comprehend what I'm trying to explain now. That no matter how small the workplace is, I don't know what workplace you want to consider as small in Nigeria, a hairdressing salon, a barbering salon, a organizer, a car dealer, a supermarket, or they now go to the big ones, hospitals, the big manufacturing, the big oil and gas, the schools, the universities, secondary school, primary school, the creche. Just imagine where you can call a workplace, where people come to do jobs. That's a workplace. There are losses that can take place. Something needs to be done to prevent those losses. You will never prevent the losses by not being intentional. Those losses will show their faces if you don't do anything. What needs to be done is only done by the HSC profession. If there is no knowledge of the HSC, losses are automatic. Now you can tell yourself, oh, when will that loss take place? Sometimes losses take place after so many years. It does not remove the fact that you can start that business today and you experience a loss today. In my work and in my job and in my career, I've seen workplaces that have just been built, completely built, and they built it for almost 3 years. And just work has not started. They were just doing what we call commissioning. And during commissioning, the whole system was lost, including humans. So it's not a case of, oh, maybe after I do it for 30 years, after I do it for 15 years, that's when it's going to happen to me. No. The very first day at work, you can have an incident. I investigated an incident in Lagos State that happened in 2012. That was just when Lagos State Safety Commission was beginning. And a young lady, 27 years, is in the papers. I think if you Google online, you'll still find that I used to have the excerpt of that particular news. It was in the Punch newspaper. Still remember the name of the lady very well, Gloria, because I participated in that investigation as a consultant to Lagos State Safety Commission. And she had resumed to a big company in Nigeria. And on her first day of resumption, the very first day that she resumed, she had come to do a casual job, So she has come in and she had been posted into a section to go and work. On her first day, she got killed on the job. I was very involved because we had to investigate and brought the company to the table. But what I'm saying here is she got killed on her very first day in a workplace. So it's not a case of how long. If there are potential for accident and incident to happen in the workplace, if there's no discipline to take care of it, it will happen. Somebody will be killed. The system will be lost. So that means HSE discipline is a core requirement. It's a critical and essential discipline that every workplace must have. So we say effective HSE management is not just essential for managing or mitigating risk, because that's what I've been explaining. There are risks in the workplace. There are chemicals, there are equipments, there are structures, there are facilities, there are substances. All of this in the workplace can cause an incident. So safety, or now I'll be using the word safety now because that's what we use generally for HSE. HSE or safety helps you to mitigate. The word mitigate means it helps you to manage and reduce to a level that does not impact on your business, or it helps you to prevent. That means if you bring that discipline to the table and you actually practice, implement all the measures that will be advised, you are likely able to prevent accidents that may happen to you in that workplace. So it helps everyone. It helps the employees. It helps the employers. It helps the company. It helps the vendors. In fact, it helps the public, because those who are not part of your company can also suffer losses as a result of what you do. So in summary, there is no workplace that does not cause accidents, no matter how small it is, because in every work is a risk that has been introduced because of the hazard of the job. I'm going there now, and you see what I've just explained. The hazard of the job introduces the risk causes the loss. So if the risks are not managed, then losses are inevitable. Please, you can write that down. If the risk of a workplace are not managed, losses are inevitable. You must have losses. There's nothing you can do about it. So let's move. This is what I've just explained to us. Aim of HSE. The aim is very straightforward. It allows you to safeguard the well-being. You can chat in the room if you want to chat. Nobody goes to the workplace to get killed. Please, if you are in the chat room, you can respond to that. Are you looking for a job where you will be injured? Nobody. Everybody goes to a workplace to earn a living. Earn a living to take care of themselves and their family and to become a better person. That is the reason for going to work. There is nobody that writes and says, I'm going to work because I want to be killed there. It is very difficult to have such as a goal. But because you are going there to work does not mean something cannot happen to you. Therefore, something must be done to make sure nothing happens to you. So the people is our first priority in a workplace. Please emphasize this very well. In the workplace, people is the first priority. P1, we cannot save the equipment and kill the people. We must save the people first. That's why you hear it is on blade. It says safety first. Safety first. That terminology, that cliche that we use is just to explain that people are the first priority in every workplace. You must protect the people. You must safeguard their lives. There are potential for them to be involved in accidents that can cause injuries to them. Some of this injury can be permanent disability, can be a disabling injury that for the rest of their life, they cannot walk again. Some of these injuries can cause them to lose their source of income. They can be ill as a result of substances. They can die. The workplace can kill if safety is not implemented. The environment can be destroyed. So we talk about environmental disasters, oil spills, gas leakage, and every other forms of pollution that you can think about. That's the aim. We want to prevent all of that. No pollution, no oil spill, no damage to the environment, no leakages, no gas release in the workplace. Assets. Of course, businesses are set up with assets. You build a whole building in order for you to work, and then it goes up on fire. You've lost everything. So we also do safety to safeguard or to save and prevent the asset from being destroyed or damaged. And then we do safety for productivity. This, a lot of people do not understand. A lot of you do not understand this. But let me tell us very quickly that one of the reasons why health and safety is important in the workplace is because it's also an input of performance and productivity. So I say it this way: if you do not establish safety processes and you are not implementing it, then you are likely not making profit, even though you are seeing profit. You are likely not performing, even though you think you are performing, because there are losses taking place that you are not able to capture because you are not doing safety. So invariably, you can make more money. Businesses can make more profit if they implement safety. So that means practically employing Dapo to be your safety manager in your workplace is one of the reasons why you make money. So if you want to make more profit as a business, then employ a safety officer, employ a safety professional, bring safety system into your workplace, because it will also allow you to make money. Remember, it allows you to reduce losses. Once you are reducing losses, performance will increase, productivity will increase, profit will increase. So 4 legs of safety: people safeguarding, environmental protection, asset control and asset management, and profit making. Those are the 4 legs of health and safety. So let's see quick definition of these words that made the HSC. If I ask anybody to define health right now, I'm sure the chat room will be going agog to say, what is health? People know what health is, but people do not understand very quickly or very largely the full spectrum of health. In the start of my career and even up till now, they are one of those disciplines that I used to have a lot of issues with in the initial stage. They are called the doctors and the medical practitioners. I've had several meetings where somebody had looked at me straight in my face and said, "Hey, Mr. Molade, are you a doctor?" And I said, "No, I'm not a doctor." "So why are you speaking about health?" I said, "No, I'm not a doctor. I'm an occupational health consultant." Like, occupational health, what do you mean? So when I want to really make fun of them and I want to get, get back my pound of flesh from them, I would say I prevent people from coming to see you. That's the summary. Occupational health prevents workers, because it's occupational, prevents workers from going to see the doctor if they don't have a need to. If I implement all the measures to safeguard the occupational health of the workers, they will have no reason to be in the hospital for any medical intervention. So that means they can be working. If they go to the hospital, we just need to go and say, "Okay, I know I'm fine, but please, do you mind just checking my parameters? I want to know what's going on." And they check, they say, "Mr. Dabo, there's nothing happening to you. All your vitals are correct." Say, "How are you doing it?" "Oh, my health and safety team on site are doing the job. So health and safety and environment professionals or discipline make sure that you don't need medical intervention, because everything that needs to cause medical intervention from the workplace are prevented. That's occupational health. That's what it is. So this is not health as a medical doctor that some people think. As a matter of fact, in my career and my journey, I've had doctors who have left medicine and have become health and safety professionals. As in, they just say, okay, this medicine is enough. I'd rather prevent people from coming to see doctors. So I don't need to be a medical doctor to be able to see what can cause health issues in the workplace and put together measures to prevent it. That's my job. That's my discipline, to ensure that the workers can continue to work without damage to their health. That's the summary. So everything you are seeing here is just for you to read. So I prevent illnesses. I prevent workplace diseases. I promote wellness in the workplace. I make sure people are well-being. People are happy. They are motivated. Oh, I say, oh, why do you always go back to that place? I just love that place. It's not just because of the salary, but there are some people in place that just make sure I'm okay. They just make sure I'm well. They look after me. They look after everything I do and say, hey, Dabo, you can't do that. It's going to hurt you. Do you imagine people coming to let you know what can hurt you? Unfortunately, that's what causes problems sometimes in the workplace. Because when there's no knowledge of HSC in a workplace, when you try to tell people about your job, they get angry. Let me paint a typical scenario. If I see a person working at height and I see that he's not doing the right thing, and I say, hey, young man, you are working at height. Do you want to kill yourself? Okay, come down. You're going to kill yourself where you are. The guy will come down, look at me and look at me. After looking at me, say, sir, I can't kill myself now. Do you think I came here to kill myself? No, he didn't come to the work to kill himself, but everything he was doing, so at the time I asked him to come down, was to kill himself. So people are not able to appreciate what you're doing because they do not even have the knowledge of what you're doing. So when you try to do your job, they see it as an insult. They see it as harassment. They see it as, do you think I came here to die? No, I didn't come here to die. I know what I'm doing. In fact, I've been doing it for donkey years. So I know what I'm doing. The answer to that is a lie, because many people do not know. And my findings have confirmed that the knowledge of health and safety is so small in our terrain, Nigeria and Africa. The knowledge of HSC, even to big persons. Now, let me put it in another way. Being a professor of English language does not make you understand safety, because HSC is a discipline. I've had interaction with very educated people, CEOs and MDs, professors. There was a time we had a program for National Open University of Nigeria, and we were doing this kind of program with them where they were issuing certificates to them. And you are talking to a professor of a certain discipline, and the guy is saying, really? This is your HSC, I don't understand though, but it's a professor. So being a professor of whatever discipline, just like being a professor of HSC does not make me know engineering. So being a professor of engineering does not make you an automatic HSC person. There are things to be learned. So occupational health measures, what to do to guarantee it needs to be learned. What is safety? Simple, freedom from harms. I've explained this already. The measures are put in place. Safety is about preventing you from harm. Something that will injure you, something that will damage you, something that will cause you pain. Safety helps you to remove it. So that knowledge needs to be there for me to see somebody going to work in a confined space and say, confined space. Sorry, that if that's a big terminology for you, I will explain it quickly. Confined space is a place where you need to go into to work. So it's completely closed and you have to go in there to do whatever job, e.g. inside the tank. Inside the tank is a confined space. And somebody is going in there. There are people on this call now that if I ask you, if you need to go into a confined place, what do you need to do? That's not knowledge that is picked on the street of Lagos. That's not knowledge that you pick in the air. That's knowledge that need to be taught, because there are fundamental things that need to be done when you are going to a confined space in order for you to work there and come out alive. But people don't know that. So when you see people going in there, they say somebody died inside the tank, and somebody say the guy is stupid. No, he's not stupid. The stupidity is because he had no knowledge of what to do. So safety for me is to look at that confined space and say, based on my training, certifications, experience, interaction with colleagues, these are minimum that you must do before you go into that hole. You have to put this in place. You must check the gas to make sure that the oxygen is there. Check the kind of gases that are there. Make sure there are no water or fluid there that can consume you. Make sure you can easily enter. Make sure there's lighting. All of those things are the things I've been taught, which I bring to the table as measures to say, go into that confined place, please show me your gas test analysis. I was doing a job somewhere some time ago as a consultant, and they needed to enter into a tank. The workers have come to do the job. Now ask for a gas test analysis. They said they don't have. And I said they cannot do the job. The guy cannot understand. He said, what do you mean? With all these people I've brought in here today, I said they cannot do the job. So he started arguing and calling names and calling people that sent to come and do the job. And they called me, they said that for what? I said, sorry, he's going to a confined space. For me, he needs this, he needs this. The starting point, he will not even show me only the gas analysis. He will show me the competence certificates, the head certificate of everybody going into that place. Long and short of that story, the guy could not start the job for 1 month. For 1 month, he could not do the job. He had to get everything before somebody entered that room to go and do the job. That's my job. That is the training I've received. It's not picked on the road. It's called competence. And that's why safety is a competent industry. It's not an industry for somebody to just say, I just want to go and work. You are not working, because the lives, the processes, the company, everything is in your hand. Once you call yourself a safety professional, everything is in your hand. You are the one that must make sure those things don't happen. And then you don't know what to do. Then they have only hired a killer as a safety person to come and kill the workers and destroy the place. So it's like somebody hiring a hired assassin and said he's a safety person. If you are not competent, you are a hired assassin in the workplace to kill people. That sounds funny, guys, but that's the truth. That's the way it is. So we need to understand this very well. Safety is about putting all the measures in place to guarantee the lives and the properties and the assets and the environment. Then the environment, very easy to understand. The land, the water, and the air, everything around it is called the environment. But do you know the environment is what gives us life? E.g., if an oxygen around you is polluted, there are some chemicals that can release oxygen, that can release some gases that can kill someone in 1 minute, even less than that. In 1 minute. What if that chemical is part of your own processes in manufacturing or in the oil and gas? I worked in the oil and gas industry for many, many years of my life. And I know there are gases, e.g. H2S. You call it hydrogen sulfide. If you inhale 10 parts per million of hydrogen sulfide in 1 minute, you will be a dead man. That's how lethal, how dangerous that gas is. But that gas is part of our processes. So what if I'm that place I'm working and I do not guide and ensure that that gas does not leak, and it leaks into the factory floor or leaks into the warehouse? What happened to the people? They all die. I'm sure a lot of us have had story of people who operate forklifts inside the confined space and people were dead. A typical example of that is when people use I better pass my neighbor or any of those generators, put them inside the room and turn it on. Lock all the windows because you want to enjoy the light. And by the time you wake up in the morning, the whole family is dead. We have seen this story uncountable times in Nigeria, in the newspaper. In fact, one of those things happened, I think 2005 or 2006. And that, I don't forget that story because it just showed to me then the depth of the knowledge of safety in the society. A family, a husband and a wife and children, I think about 4 or 5 children. This happened in a state in the western part of Nigeria. They have the guy has been a tenant for a long time. They just built their own house. So they moved to the house and they were doing housewarming. So they had to rent a generator to power the house during the housewarming. So after the housewarming ended, they were afraid that if the generator is left outside, it can be stolen. So they brought it into the house and continued to allow it to work. And then all the visitors have gone, guests have gone, they have eaten the rice and everything, and they have gone to their homes. The family decided that generator must stay inside, but they still need the light. They must enjoy the light. And one after the other, they all slept. I'm sure somebody is asking, sleep. What does that mean? Well, they all died. By morning, a family of 8 were all dead in the house. The generator and the light had stopped, but they were all dead. The owner of the generator came to pick his generator, and that's how they found out that they were all dead. Now, let me tell you the gap in the knowledge that came out from that story. The very next day, the government of that state released a statement. That statement tomorrow shocked me. And they said they are now investigating the landlord of the man. I say, why? Because they want to find out if it's the landlord that killed the man because he doesn't want him to leave the landlord's house and is angry with him that the man has built his own house. I mean, guys, I'm not being sarcastic about this. This actually came out. If I have some of my colleagues and experts on this call, they can confirm this. This actually was the news that came out from that state, from the government, that the landlord may have a hand in the death of the tenants that just left his house. And you know, if you're in the Western world, Western part of Nigeria or any part of Nigeria, this issue of juju and all of that is not far-fetched. People can believe it. I'm not saying it does not exist, but there are many things that we depend on. And when you fail in your knowledge, you go back to that as your comfort zone. Now somebody kill him. Now the landlord kill him now because the landlord no one make him go in your own house. And that was what happened. Guys, I can tell you without being part of the investigator of that incident that carbon monoxide killed all of them. CO killed all of them. There is no way you can be locked up in a place where there's CO and you will not die. Unfortunately, it doesn't kill you by choking you. You will just sleep. You'll just be tired. You'll be yawning. I'm feeling tired. Why am I feeling tired? I want to sleep. Oh, that's the end. Good night forever. That's what CO does. So environment has to be protected because that is part of what gives us our survival. HSC is also part of the discipline that manages that concept. So I've defined HSC for you now. So in all of this, HSC summary, protect the people, the environment, the property, and the production. So I said in the 21st century that we are, HSC is for everything. Please, I put this in red for you to know. It's for everything that goes into the prevention of accidents, illnesses, fires, explosions, and other events which can cause harm to the people, to the environment, and the property. Everything that goes into it, everything, the documentation, the processes, the procedures, the materials, the assets, the people, the money, everything that goes into it, that's what we call safety science or the safety discipline. So while we are thinking about all that I've said, what do you think the size of this problem is in the global world? While you are looking at what you are seeing on the screen now, let me see the chat room, if you don't mind. How many people do you think possibly, just take a random guess, do you think are killed in Nigeria on a daily basis as a result of work? I'm talking about what? I'm not saying people that die for other reasons. I'm talking about people that die in the workplace as a result of work. Let's get some guesstimation. Just give me an idea. You don't have to be right. I just want to see what is going on in your mind to see if you really have an idea of it. Please, are they engaging? Let me see. Okay, thank you. Wow, 100,000, Jesus. Please now, 100,000 per day in Nigeria. 200,000 per day. I don't mean per year. I mean per day. How about now 1 million? How far? How can we be killing 1 million people per day in Nigeria? No, now. 10 delay, 5,000 delay. Okay. Interesting. So we know. Now, let me tell you, thank you very much. Let me tell you why I wanted you to do that. Just so that I can get a feedback that you know people are being killed in Nigeria on daily basis. Guys, people are being killed in Nigeria on daily basis. My job as a consultant was what exposed me to this. I began to see that indeed, is this true? So sometimes when I want to be very sarcastic, I always tell people that this data that you are seeing on my screen does not include Nigeria. I always say that jokingly. Now, please don't take me for seriously. But I say that jokingly that because ILO, Nigeria is part of ILO, International Labour Organization. So whatever data they are pushed out, they also have that contribution from Nigeria as part of it. But because there is under-reporting or no reporting, then we cannot say the number actually, that this is the number. But the knowledge here that I want us to know is that people get killed in Nigeria. And it can actually be as bad as in their hundreds in Nigeria on a daily basis. So those of you that have it from 50 to 100, you might just be correct. We are hoping that one day we will have the system in Nigeria to be able to gather this data for us, because we need that data to even develop the country when it comes to health and safety. People get killed. But just look at the number from ILO, 2.3 million people are dying annually. And I put that in red. That means typically 6,000 people die daily globally. So by the end of today, 6,000 people would have died as a result of work. Those that have gone to work to make money, to take care of themselves and their family, but return back home dead. 6,000 daily globally. That should send a signal to us all that indeed this safety thing is an issue that we need to address in the workplace. So what's the importance? Thank you very much for your participation. Thank you. Yes. I see somebody saying, wow, 6,000 people. That's correct. 6,000 people are dying all over the world daily. That's what equates to 2.3 million in a year. That's the real number. We are only 200 on this call now, 200 plus on the call, 218. Now, just imagine 218 people and see how busy the platform is. They are not talking about 6,000 people. And I'm just telling you that in Nigeria, the number may be up to 50 to 100 dying daily, at least from available data that we have right now. So importance of safety is to safeguard the well-being of the personnel. When people are employed to workplace, they need to be safeguarded. Somebody needs to monitor and let them return back to their homes. Even if they are not better, let them return back the way they have come. Because we go to workplace in order for all of us to return to our home and be happy. If you cannot make me better, take me back the way you took me. Why should I go back home without one eye? Go back home without legs? Go back home without hands? Go back with my ear deaf? Go back with my nose I cannot smell again? Or with my head cut? Or everything totally killed? That's not the bargain. That's not in the letter of employment that you are giving to a worker. The worker, I mean, how many of us here, another room for us to chat, how many of us here, if you receive a letter and in the letter, after writing the amount of money they're going to pay you, for example, at the end of this month, Mr. Dapomolade will be paying you 100,000 per month. The next line, also know that you can die while doing this job. How many of you will accept that job? Why are everybody saying no? Now 100,000, a whole 100,000. That's a lot of money. But they have written it there, say, next line, please know that this job, in fact, the last person that did this job died after 3 months. How many people will accept the job? So that's reality. Because people do not understand what happens in the workplace. It's only when you get there that you see. Some people have accepted a job that they were paid 30,000 naira and they died. I have a story of a labor that went to a construction site. The labor wage for the day is 2,750, but was killed at the end of that day. 2,750 naira. That is the wager for him for that day, but he got killed that day on the job. I know the story very well because it's a site I know. So what are we looking at? We have to protect the people. No amount of money is sufficient to get somebody killed. No employer can write it in the employment letter that I'm employing you to kill you. Then why don't you have the measures in place to safeguard me? So it means now that some of us have to be coming, after this training, there will be some intentionality from you. When you are not being protected, you'll be asking questions. Sir, you didn't employ me to kill me on this job, or you employ me to pay me because I'm giving you my service. This thing I'm looking at here is called hazard. It can kill me. That's what some of you start looking at. See, oh, so sorry, I lost a brother on the construction site as a laborer. That is somebody telling us on the chat room. This is reality. So sorry about the loss, my brother Peter, but this is the reality. People get killed for 5,000 naira, 2,000 naira, 1,000 naira, and you say it is work you are giving them. I will soon get to where you will see what the employer needs to do, and you understand that there is a need for employers to safeguard the lives of the people. If it is not done, it is a crime against humanity and a crime against Nigeria. All right, so safeguard the well-being of the people, prevent environmental disasters, contribute to operational efficiency and profitability, reduces costs that may come for not doing it. Why we manage HSC? Simple reasons, moral reason. That's what I just explained. Nobody has a moral right. No matter how big the company is or how small the company is, you have no moral right to kill or injure anybody on the site or in your workplace. You have not employed me to hurt me. You have employed me to provide services to you. So there's a moral justification because you don't have a right. Everybody has a right to life. There's what is called right to life. So if there's a right to life, then you need to allow me to live. The only way you can allow me to live is what? Is by guiding and safeguarding me on the job. There's also a legal reason. There's a law, and there are laws in Nigeria that requires employer to protect the employee. There are also laws that require the employee to do everything the employer has put in place for his own safety. So it's a legal reason. People do safety for legal reason. And then you can do it for financial reason, which basically means, what am I going to gain? I've seen people, that thing you said, when we do safety, it can promote our profit. So what do I need to do to make more money? You need to do safety. So people do safety for financial reason. They also do it for sustainability reason. What does that mean? I will explain sustainability to you. You are doing safety so that the generation now can enjoy the company, and yet generation that are coming after will still have their chance of living their own life and enjoying what you enjoyed. A good way to understand sustainability is, are there things, and I always say this also in my training on sustainability, that I know those days my father of blessed memory told me, hey, when I was in UI, we used to eat, initially we were eating half chicken, later they turned into quarter chicken. I said, but when I went to the same school, I did not even see the feather of the chicken. What has happened? So my father ate all the chicken and I didn't see chicken to eat again. Well, that sounds very sarcastic, but that's what sustainability is all about. It's about doing something now and thinking about the generation to come. So we're saying HSC allows you to do your job now and produce your job and what you are producing while you are also thinking about generation to come. It's a moral imperative. That's what I just explained. So there's a moral imperative for the workplace to be safe for everyone. Please, I would like to emphasize here, no one has a right to employ or to injure you in the workplace. If you are injured in the workplace or you sustain injury or you are killed in the workplace, your right has been taken from you as a human being. It's one of the fundamental rights that ILO has now established, the right to life. It's a right to life, right to health, right to your completeness of your body. That is a right. It's not something that somebody can take away from you. So it means if you employ me, you must put measures in place that guarantees that I will not be injured. No, they do. I mean, it's been a long time I did any employment interview, as in looking for a job. But this day I always ask myself that if I need to go and get a job and I'm looking for a job, and after the interview, and they ask me, Dabson, thank you very much. Do you have any question for us? Do you know what my question would be? Sir, what do you have in place in this workplace to make sure that if I work for you for 30 years, I will look better than I'm looking now without being killed? Guys, don't you think that's a good question to ask an employer or an interview panel? Please, what do you have? If you employ me or when you employ me to this job, please, what are the things in place to make sure that I will not be killed or I will not be injured? Or when I finish 30 years here, I will still look as fine as I am. I may be older, but I'll look better than I am now. What do you have in place? I'm sure if you ask an HR team that question, then it will shock them that, like we say in Nigeria, it will shock them. Say, what think this guy they ask us? Because the question you always ask is a question that sometimes may not bring relevance to your life. If you know you have a right to life and you want to work in that place, then you've got to be able to ask questions that shows the company has. If they don't have it, they will tell you right there. So when they call you back and say, come and earn 1 million naira, but you will die tomorrow, you can tell them, so sorry, if you do not have something to guarantee me here that I will be alive, ready to take your job. Simple, straightforward. Because you have a right to life. And this is what I've explained to all of us. So you see, I've gone around all of that. Sustainability and the rest of it. So accident costs money. Accidents, any injury costs a whole lot. It costs so much that you cannot even know the total cost until the injury has taken place. Most of the injury looks like a trickish question where, Shola, it does. It's a very trickish question, but it also shows that you know what you're doing. So what if you're a safety person and you are going to be employed for the job? I would twist that question. I'll say, do you have commitment for me to do my job here so that I can protect everyone and protect myself? That would be a good question for a safety officer to ask, because many safety people get to jobs and they are not allowed to do their job. They are only employed politically. They are employed to fulfill righteousness. They are employed to fulfill that quota. I beg, stay here so that when those people come, you go answer them. That's why they have been employed. Just employ them to stand in. They are like dummy heads. They do not contribute to anything. Even when they see something wrong, they cannot tell the employer that, sir, this place that you're asking people to cross every day, somebody will soon follow. They cannot talk. They have just been employed. I would rather ask as a safety person, sir, do I have commitment of the management of this company to be able to do my job? Because my job is to keep everybody safe. That would be a good question to ask them as a safety person. So you see the way I've twisted the question right now. But if I'm not a safety person, you can ask the one that will protect you. Say, if somebody said the last job I quitted, you see, that's it. Because if they don't have commitment for you, you cannot do your job. Unfortunately, if somebody dies under your watch, you will live with that emotional trauma for the rest of your life. Because you could have done something, but you could not do it. So the cost of accident is too much. We have the one we call the insured cost or direct cost. And we have the uninsured cost or indirect cost. All the insured costs are the costs that you have planned before the incident occurred. For example, you already have a third-party compensation. You have planned it. If anything happens to you, we'll pay you this money. Oh, damage to building and plants, we have insured it. We pay premium every year. So if anything happens, our insurance company will take over. One of my colleagues, I was in Abuja last week, and was showing me one beautiful place, beautiful site before that burnt about 3 years ago. That story is a very interesting story because one of our students in our NIBOSH class, that did NIBOSH course, they needed to do the practical aspect of the course called the IGC3. During the IGC3, this student went to this same place to do his IGC3 and wrote recommendations of what needs to be put in place. One of those recommendations was the fact that there was no fire protection system in place and they needed to put it in place. He used that report to get his mark and he passed NIBOSH. He submitted the report to the company. Either they did something or they didn't do anything, we don't know to be sure. However, a few months down the line, that place got completely burnt down. As in burnt down completely. After it burnt, they've not done any business in that place for almost 3 years now, 4 years. So he was taking me back to my hotel. He now showed me the building and said, oh, sir, they are rebuilding that place. So it's taking them 3 years or 4 years to rebuild. And I told him, I said, oh, Israel, they are rebuilding now because maybe finally insurance have settled it. So it's taking 3 years for insurance to settle the case. Now they have given them money, they are building it again now. But imagine what they have lost, the whole product and thing that they lost, and then what they have lost in 3 years. People that have not had businesses that have been lost and all of that. So insurance can pay you back as premium, but that's a direct cost. Medical costs, HMOs, retainership, direct cost. Legal costs, you pay your lawyers every month. But what about the ones at the bottom? So technically, we say direct cost or indirect cost is 1/8 minimum of the indirect. So there are so many indirect costs. What about the simple thing that they will say, you won't go work for that company where they keep people every day? If you hear that kind of thing, what will you do? What will you do? Your business is already being given a bad name. Bad name. Is that place where they keep people every time? No, I was going to a company to work some time ago as well. And I was going to enter a bike. I shared this with my colleague that we did the job together. And as I'm about entering the bike said, Oga, where did they go? I said, they go that company. He said, no. He said, Oga, where? I said, down. I don't know the place, but I'll let you know. He said, I also know with that company where they keep people. I said, where? He said, that one where they down there. Last week, somebody died. The other day, somebody died. We know what the kind of people do for that company. That's what an Okada man told me when I was about to enter the Okada. Bad name, bad reputation, image that has been spoiled. What is the cost? Do you put an amount? You cannot account for it. You don't even know how much that cost. So there can be loss of image, damage to your reputation, increase to your premium. Enforcement agency will come. You don't know how much they will fine you. Goodwill. People don't want to do business with you again. They will say, no, we can't work with you. Remove it from their profile. Remove it from their vendorship because somebody has or blacklist you. All those costs are indirect costs. You don't know how much they cost you until an accident has happened. And then you now see. So a lot of organizations do not die because of direct cost. They die because of indirect cost, or what you call uninsured cost. That's what kills them. Because it can vary from 1 million naira, 1 naira to 1 billion naira if you are fined for whatever the reason is. So this is just an average cost of accident across industry globally. For one accident average in the construction site in UK, they say it costs them about £245,000. In a creamery, it costs about £243,000. In a transport company, one accident costs about £48,000. In the oil and gas, one accident costs about £940,000. One accident, average. So just imagine that an accident is costing you £1 million. Then you know what it means. So accident is too costly. That's why we say if you think safety is expensive, then try an accident. You will see how cheap it is to employ a safety officer and pay him 100,000 or 200,000 to keep watch over your safety for 1 year. The total salary will be about maybe 2.4 million. But one accident can cost you 100 million naira. So it's cheap when you do the mathematics, or what we call this business of safety. It's very cheap to manage safety than to cure or handle an accident. So a case study, I'll read this to us. So the Deepwater Horizon spill, considered as one of the costliest in the oil and gas accidents in the whole world in terms of environmental damage, fines, and loss of life. This incident resulted in $18.7 billion fine, the largest environmental fine in the history of the world. It had a profound impact on marine and wildlife habitats. Additionally, there was a Papa Alpha disaster that happened in 1988, which has been regarded as the deadliest offshore oil rig accident. It claimed 167 lives in one night. Fixborough disaster in the UK in 1974. This chemical plant experienced a devastating explosion that resulted in the loss of 28 lives and serious injury to up to 72 persons on the site. This event highlights the significant risk and potential costs as well with the oil and gas. This is just in the oil and gas. What if you go to the construction, manufacturing, you will see accidents that have caused massive losses. Nigeria also have their own fair share. I just didn't add it here, but we have also in Nigeria. All right. So why do accidents happen? We're having about 30 minutes to the end of this session. So why do accidents happen? Very simple. The key takeaway from the safety pyramid is that by addressing the frequency and the less serious accident at the base, it is possible to prevent more serious injury at the top. So to prevent accidents, efforts should focus on eliminating and minimizing both unsafe and safe act and unsafe condition. So what we call the safety pyramid, which was done by Frank Birds, is an opportunity for us to actually see that pyramid and watch where do we have the frequency of incidents. I always tell people, if a company tells me that we had one fatality, I'll be expecting that they have reported, according to Frank Birds' triangle of theory, they should have had 300,000 unsafe act and unsafe condition reported. So what if they tell you that we have never had any near miss? Oh, we have never had any near miss now, we just had a fatality. Then you know it's a lie. Because according to all theories on this, you can't have a fatality without having had some near misses in years or in months or in weeks, which you did not either report or you did not treat. So what you get eventually is a sudden fatality. So that tells us the need or what safety people do when they're saying we are reporting, we are capturing what has happened. Because as your report indicators continue to increase, if you are not doing something, it's simply telling you that something is about to happen. And we need to ensure this is watched all the time. So let's look at regulation and standards, because I did mention to us that that's a significant fundamental part of safety. Safety will not thrive if there are no rules and laws. And there are rules and laws that have been set aside for safety. That they are not implemented is the reason why you see all the infractions, non-compliances, accidents that are working or taking place in the workplace. Once they are not implemented, then you have them. What are the laws there for? To protect the workers. So if the law says every worker must be protected or must be given the personal protective equipment, what that means, that we call PPE, is like a hard hat, a nose mask, an eye goggle. And the law says you must provide personal protective equipment. If you do not provide it for the people, it means you have broken the law. because that's what it is. There's a law that protects the safety and health of the workers. There's also the law that prevents environmental harm. You have laws that help to manage risk effectively, to promote best practices and innovation, to ensure compliance and accountability, to build stakeholder trust and reputation, to facilitate international harmonization and global trade. This is the reason why there are laws and there are standards. So Nigeria has, and I will show you very quickly. So if you go back to International Labour Organization, the United Nations body that drives health and safety globally, they have a whole lot of conventions. There are no laws. We call them conventions and standards. They have a lot of conventions that have been developed over the years to protect the workers. So one of them is what we call the C155, Convention 155. What does this require? This particular convention divides the responsibility and roles of employers and employees. While I was talking initially, I had mentioned to all of you, that employers have responsibilities, employees also have their own responsibility. So in this section, you'll be seeing, what does the law expect the employer to do? What does the law expect the employee to do? So just in summary, employers must ensure, as far as is reasonably practicable, the workplace machine equipment and processes under their control are safe. So what does that mean? That means the employer must make sure that they provide safe workplace. They must also ensure that chemical, physical, and biological substances and agents under their control are without risk to the health of the workers when appropriate measures and protections are already taken. Number 3, employer must also provide measures measures to deal with emergencies and accidents, including adequate first aid arrangements. That's what ILO said. That's very correct. So if you're in a workplace and your employer has not, this is just summary. There are several things that are embedded in this, including provision of PPE and all of that. What if your employer have not done that? It simply means the employer has not obeyed the standard that has been set. Let's see summary of the employees. So you also have a job to do as an employee. You must, as worker, in the course of performing your work, cooperate with your employer in order to meet with the employer's responsibility. Employer has provided safe system. It's your job to do it and to use it. Workers must report. So I always tell people when they say they are not reporting what is going on, I say, do you know it's a responsibility that you must report? If you have anything that can cause injury to you, anything that can cause harm to you, or somebody else, is your responsibility to report it. Worker and their rep must be given adequate training because there's a need for competence. Workers must be trained. The employer cannot say, I can't train you. They must be trained. So that means as an employee, you can say, sir, I don't know what to do in case of this. We need to be trained. That's why a lot of organizations have budget for training. Workers and their representative, in accordance with the national law, can inquire into all aspects of health and safety associated with their work. So did you see why I asked you that if you are a worker and you are doing an interview, you can actually ask the interview panel to say, please, what have you put in place for me to make sure I will not get harmed or injured when I come here to work for you? That's it. What have you put in place? It's also part of your response. So that means you have a responsibility to ask your employer, please, what do you have in place for me to make sure I'm not injured? So let's go to Nigeria. NURPC, this is former DPR, National Nigeria Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission, NUPRC, used to be the DPR. Now we have the other one, NMDPRA, Nigeria middle and downstream. So that's also part of the former DPR. Look at what their law, 2022. So they brought out the regulation in 2022. So for some that say, we don't have laws in Nigeria. We have laws in Nigeria. It says employers must provide personnel with sufficient safety equipment and adequate PPE. So you see why sometimes in the oil industry, safety is a bit higher than what we see because they regulate the oil industry. So you must provide PPE and safety equipment. You must ensure that the PPE is used and properly maintained and serviceable. You must provide firefighting and first aid equipment everywhere you are working. You must develop clear and comprehensive SOPs and guidelines for your safety systems. You must develop a health protection and promotion program for your personnel. You must specify contractor responsibilities in your safety system, and it must be specified in the contract that as a contractor, you must obey these safety rules. And then you must develop and maintain emergency contingency procedures. That is the rule. It's in the law in Nigeria for oil and gas. Employees, what should you do? You must comply. You must ensure that you follow your safety work practices. You must report. You will be trained and you must make yourself available for training. And then you must be part of response to emergency or respond yourself when emergency happens. It is in the regulation in Nigeria. So let's go to the Factories Act. Employers' responsibility. Factories Act of 2004 as amended. 1, there's a general health requirement for the workplace. Cleanliness, ventilation, lighting, housekeeping, and all of that. There's also safety provisions that includes training, supervision, safety provisions, equipment safety usage. There's a general welfare provision. This one is very interesting, guys. Don't say I'm the one that told you that your workplace needs to provide water for you to drink. I didn't say it, but that's what the Factory Act says. The Factory Act says there must be drinking water for the workers. It's in the law, unfortunately. I don't know how many places we have water for the workers, but that's what we have in the Factories Act. Factories Act controls the manufacturing, part of construction, all the general offices. The Factories Act is what controls it. Employee is also expected to cooperate with the employer to ensure a safe workplace. Oh, good to see you, Chuka. Yes. Employee is also expected. Food, no. The law does not say food, though. It says water. If your company provides food for you, that's fine. But in the general welfare of the Factories Act, it is water. There are parts of that law that also talked about provision of catering provision, depending on the kind of industry that you are. But water is part of the mandatory thing that must be given. So, having done all of this, as we round up this first module, I've talked about accident, injury, death. What leads to this? A workplace or every workplace possesses what we call hazards. So what is a hazard? Hazard is anything that has the potential to cause harm. You can see a very beautiful place. And, sometimes when I go into some places, especially the banks, you can actually see yourself in some of the tiles. Very fine, aesthetically installed tiles. Beautiful. But the question will be, can that sleep someone? If the answer is yes, then that means safety has not been considered. You have prioritized aesthetic and beauty against safety. It can still be very beautiful and safe, but when it is gliding, shining, smooth, and then you expect workers to be working on it, then you have not put safety in that consideration. Then somebody says, what about the people that manufacture it? They also did not put safety in that consideration because there's something called safety in design and in product. So you can have a product that has been safely produced. You can also have a product that have been designed with safety consideration. So if the ties have not been designed with safety consideration to take care of slaves, it means the manufacturer has erred. He has not bring safety into his product. So safety is very key, and it has to be able to remove hazards that cause trouble in a workplace. So hazard is the issue. And there is no workplace, guys, if you need to write this down, there is no workplace where there are no hazards. No workplace. No matter how beautiful the workplace is, there are things that can cause harm to the workers, that can cause destruction of the assets, that can cause health issues, that can cause environmental damage. Every workplace. Maybe I should engage just quickly here. So if you have the time and you can type, just look at a bank, which is what people think is one of those most beautiful places that people enter into. If you enter into a bank, can you give me one thing in the bank that you think can cause harm to a worker? Okay. Somebody says sleep. There can be sleep triple as a result of the ties. Thank you. Change in floor level. Thank you so much, Dayo. Many banks have changes in the floor level that are not even highlighted. You don't even know that one level is below, then you fall. So old currency notes, chemical hazards, or biological hazards. Thank you. The money itself, you need to define that one though. Is it the new money or the old money? Because the new money can have chemicals, the old money can breed biological agents. Exactly, ergonomics. Thank you. Poor chair that they are sitting on. Some don't have emergency exit. They have used something else to block it. So can you see all that you guys are identifying? As beautiful as the banking facility can be, look at all that you have identified. Some of these hazards you have identified have enough risk that can kill somebody in the bank. As it can kill somebody. There are stories and histories of people that have died in banks all over the world, not just in Nigeria. So there is a risk in the bank. So beautiful bank. So now imagine a construction site that is very ugly. Because people think, oh, this place is too fine now. With this beautiful AC, how can they play with this kind of fine AC, still cause hazard to anybody or still cause accident? So either it is beautiful, it could be a beautiful hazard, or ugly, an ugly hazard. No matter what it is, hazard is a hazard. You cannot adjectivize it. You cannot put an adjective behind it to make it look better. It is a hazard, and it can cause harm to workers or to the system. Thank you very much. So I think we understand that now. Then risk, of course, is what the hazard leads to. So we say an exposure to a hazard is what we call risk. If there is changing floor level and that ball is not passing through that place, the risk is low because I am not exposed to the hazard. So when there's an exposure to an hazard, it is called a risk. So mathematically, if you like maths, risk is hazard plus exposure. Because people have this confusion of what is a hazard, what is a risk. If you want to technically analyze hazard and risk, you have to consider exposure in addition to the hazard before you say the risk is low, the risk is high, or the risk is medium. So that means a risk assessment will need to be done. And doing risk assessment simply means checking the hazard, identifying them in order for you to be able to deal with it. So you can come to a point where you say, oh, the risk in this workplace is very high. Oh, what are you saying? You are saying, based on the hazard you are saying and the exposure to that hazard, if it happens, somebody can have very serious injury, and it is very likely it will happen. You cannot have a changing floor level in an exit where people go through every day. Everybody in the business must pass through that place before they enter. then the risk will be high that somebody can fall in that place. So, I mean, just give you an idea of what risk categorization and assessment is. We can't deal with this extensively because hazard itself, or what you call hazard identification and risk, can be a 5-day course. Just that, hazard identification and risk. So it can be 5 days you are learning it. So I'm just letting you understand that this is what we are dealing with in the workplace if you must prevent hazard, and that's the steps. So which again, I cannot teach it extensively on this call, but some of you will have opportunity to attend this, to be able to understand in full what risk assessment is all about. Identify the hazard, who can be harmed, evaluate the risk, record it, and review. This process will help you to make a workplace safe. So I always tell people, I say, what is the work of a safety officer in a workplace? Is to make sure that all the hazards are taken care of. The only way he can manage all the hazard is by carrying out risk assessment. Because every hazard that has not been identified is an accident about to happen. So you must identify it in order for you to be able to deal with it. So risk assessment is a tool that is used in managing workplace safety. So another way to refer to yourself in an organization as a safety person is to say you are a risk person, or you are a risk manager, risk assessor, risk supervisor, whatever you call it, because your job is continuously doing risk management or risk assessment. That's your job. If you must make sure, because you can pass through this late this morning, the hazard is not there. By the time you're coming back in the afternoon, somebody has created the hazard, because hazards sometimes are created. You pass the staircase, there was no water. By the time you're coming back, somebody has spilled coffee in the staircase. That hazard was not there on the staircase before. Somebody just created it. So as a safety officer, my job will be continuously identifying the hazard and doing the risk assessment, because in your risk assessment, step 3 is to evaluate the risk and decide the precautions. That's control measures. And then you implement it. All right. And this is what we call our hazard hierarchy control. So that tells you, how do you deal with the hazard? Remember, in step 3, I say evaluate the risk and decide. In your decision to handle the hazard or the risk, you must consider, can I eliminate the risk completely? Can I substitute if I cannot eliminate it? Can I use engineering control? Can I use administrative control? Can I use PPA? This is the hierarchy that we use in managing risk. It depends on the kind of risk that you have managed, but it must be prioritized. You have to first consider, can I eliminate the hazard? That's your first default. Every hazard I say, I want to remove it. It is only when it is impossible for you to remove or to eliminate, you now start thinking, okay, since I cannot eliminate it, can I substitute it? Oh, I cannot substitute it. Okay. What else can I do? Can I use an engineering control? And you can see, I've given some answers there. All these are terminologies that have a whole lot embedded into them. And you need to be able to learn that. Remember, I said from the beginning, doing this course cannot make you, or this masterclass cannot make you a competent safety person. Please note, you will be able to do good conversation, but you cannot refer to yourself as a competent person unless you have done a full health and safety training that takes you through this process. I mean, this is just less than 2 hours ago I started. Okay. So then workplace health promotion. So basically, what you have done within the hazard, you also do within the safety, you also do within the health. So what initiative can you put in place in the workplace to make yourself, to make the workplace safe for the workers and healthy for them without any injury? So you have initiative to promote employee well-being and health, e.g., fitness challenges, screening, healthy food, provide good food. Because if they eat food that is not healthy, they will come down with illness. There will be poisoning. And once there is poisoning, it means the worker is not well. So people have died from poisoning of food. So feeding them in the right meal, what we call employee assistance program, can also be put in place. Ergonomics and workplace design consideration. What kind of chairs have been provided? How is the workstation like? You know, what kind of temperature is in the workplace? Somebody says, leave that AC on. No, it's not meant for you. It's meant for the equipment. And the AC is at 5 degrees. And you allow a worker to work there for 8 hours. Do you want to kill the guy? The AC is meant, it has to be controlled as well for the guy, or control the guy to make sure it does not get exposed to unnecessary temperature. Same thing with heat, you know, stress management, mental health issues, you know, counseling. Somebody has come to you and say, I have a mental health issue. If you have such a person, you should go and give Thanksgiving, because people don't talk about mental health. So if somebody really come and tell you that I don't think all is well, then it means you already have a system in place that allows people to talk. And that's what we're looking at as part of your process. All right, so as we are rounding up this, what with all of this leads to, it will lead you to build a safety culture. So here I have something very interesting here. If you look at that graphics, safety culture, what are the components? Rules and procedure. That's why I started from legal requirements, standards and regulations. Leadership, the owners of the business, the employers. Recognition, are you celebrated for doing the right thing? Do you have ownership? Is there a self-verification? Do you communicate this? Do you have the right values? When all of these are put together, we say leadership will influence the culture of the workplace. The culture will drive the behavior. When the culture drives the behavior will yield the result. So what result do you want? You want no accidents. You want productivity. You don't want to damage the environment. Everything must come from the leadership. What does the leadership want? How are they approaching what they want? If those things are not in place, I'm afraid you cannot build a safety culture. So we say safety culture is leadership commitment plus workers' involvement. Employers doing their own, employees also doing what? Obeying the rule. That's where a safety management system should take your organization to. A place where we can say, what culture do we have in this workplace? And there's that thing we call the hierarchy, or you call it the maturity, safety maturity ladder. I'm not bothering you with that here, but there's a ladder that shows your maturity. Where are you in your organization? Are you in the state of just starting, or do you have a mature, proactive, or generative culture that does the right thing? It's a function of what the leadership have done. So part of the responsibility of the employer is to train the workforce, because training helps to promote the safety culture. And how does it do that? It increases your awareness. Just imagine this first session right now. A lot of us are getting awareness. So this masterclass is creating a very good platform for awareness. So there's an enhanced awareness during training. It allows people to begin to see risk in a different level. If it's a risk assessment training, it allows you to obey the laws. Compliance goes up when people have been trained on what to comply with. People respond to emergency when they have been trained. In case of fire, please, this is what you should do. Let's do this. Please, everyone, once there's fire, this is the exit. That training allows people to remember what to do in case of emergency. Culture of safety is built, and it allows for continuous improvement. So you cannot, that's why almost all the standards from ILO, the law from the UK, the law from Nigeria, made it very clear that workers must be trained. So if you're a safety personnel on the site, are you training your workers, or is the company deliberately training the people? You cannot build a culture of safety if people don't know what to do. My experience has made it clear to me that I can't just blame people for doing stupid things. Sometimes the stupid thing they do is because they do not understand. When you don't know, you cannot do the right thing. So knowledge is very key for building a safe culture. And then you do communication. With training should come communication. You need to continue to talk. If there is no communication between the top leadership and the people, or you are a safety person, you don't talk to the workers, they are not able to talk to you, you cannot achieve a safety culture. So, and this communication can be in various ways: verbal, non-verbal, documented, not documented, all manner of communications, toolbox talk, safety meetings, SOP, your SSOW, that system of work. They are all processes that allow for communication. Signages in a workplace, signages all over, do not cross the road. That's an information, it's a communication to you, and it helps to promote a culture that you're trying to build. So as we round up this particular session, I would like us to see that there are many strategies that you can use for effective communication in order to build a safety culture in your workplace. Make sure there are policies in place. Training. Make sure the communication is two ways. Not only you talking, they must also be doing what? Responding to you. Make sure you can communicate in multilingual. I love this, and I would like to emphasize this. Hybrid as a company will work in all regions of Nigeria, for example. So when we are in Kano, my team in Kano understand that they cannot do all their toolbox talk in English, because in that region, there are a lot of people that come to do labor work that will not speak the language English. That does not make them illiterate. You can teach them in the Hausa language, teach them in Pidgin, and make sure, as long as you teach in the language that people understand, communication has taken place. So teach them. So multilingual. I go to a place where the only thing they understand is Pidgin English. I use Pidgin to do all my training. I use Pidgin to do my discussion, because if they can't hear what I'm saying, then they cannot do it. And then let them give you feedback on what they have done. And more importantly, even as a safety person, make sure you are leading by example. So what class HSC performance is what all of this will lead you to. What does it mean? It means world-class performance that involves a system that has been set to manage safety. If there is no system in place to manage your safety, you cannot have what we call a world-class performance. There's the involvement of everyone in the organization from top to bottom. Safety does not differentiate people. So the hazard that can kill the MD can also kill the gate man. Please note, a hazard that can kill the MD can kill the gate man. The hazard that can kill the gate man can kill the president of Nigeria. Hazard does not differentiate people. Therefore, everyone is involved in health and safety. Don't say, oh, this. I mean, I was just with someone yesterday, and he said somebody enter into a place and the person is not wearing the right PPE because the person is a boss. And what did you do? We cannot stop the person, no. I said, so you do not think that that crane that can fall can kill the person the same way it can kill you? Why are you wearing your own hat? And you're saying the person is not wearing. Oh, they said they've lost audio from me. Is that correct? Is my audio lost? No. Okay, thank you. So my audio is still okay. So the person that lost audio should reconnect. So I think it's from your side. Okay, good. So hazard that can destroy the president of the country can also kill the poorest person in the country. Hazard does not have respect for persons. Hazard releases, once you are exposed to the hazard, you know, one of the training I did in leadership, I always cite this example. I said, except you are from some part of the world where a snake can understand somebody's name. When a snake enters into a place, it goes straight for the first leg that it sees and bites. It cannot be looking for my leg if I'm not there. The same way a hazard does not differentiate people. So whatever can happen to me if I'm exposed to the hazard will also happen to you if you are exposed to the hazard. Therefore, everyone must know to build a world-class performance in safety, it must be top, bottom, everyone must be equalized. in the management of safety and response. Good HSE performance is about winning employees' hearts and mind. Everyone must work safely, not because they have been told to work safely, but because that is the way they want to work. So you must convince yourself that if it is not safe, then I cannot do it. Not because you are being forced to do it, but because that's the only way it works. And finally, improving the safety culture of organization is about making safety a fully integrated part of your working behavior. You cannot put safety in your pocket or leave it at home. As you do it safely at work, it must go home with you. So it becomes a behavior, not just an accessory to use or a tool to use. It has to be your behavior. Like I said here, when leadership drives from there, it drives to your behavior, and your behavior get the results that you want. So in conclusion, the summary, and we say this is target zero. No incidents, no injuries. HSE is a comprehensive framework. It's a discipline that is used by organizations in preventing, mitigating, and eliminating all destruction and losses that can be caused by workplace accidents, risk, and hazard exposures, and also the environmental phenomena. It's a complete framework. So that's why when we get to workplace, we're always asking, do you have HSE framework here? Is there HSE management system? Are we just doing safety because we don't want somebody to come and shut down our process? Or do we have a system in place that manages safety from the top to the bottom? If that does not exist, it means you are only playing games. Losses will take place, accident will take place, injury will take place. It's just a matter of time. To have a loss-proof operation, then HSE management system must be created for the workplace. Thank you so very much for listening to me. I hope I've been able to provide you with a fundamental on what HSE is on our master class. Thank you very much. Tokpe, do I have question in the Q&A room that I need to answer directly? Or have we all answered the questions?
Yes, we are.
Questions.
Hello, sir.
Yes, please.
We have answered all the questions, sir. No,
Oh.
so far, we don't have any major question that requires your attention, sir.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. All 41 questions answered. Thank you so much. I love that. So thank you. That made it easy for us.
So if we have more questions, we can.
If you have more questions, please put in the question and answer. I don't think we are allowing for speaking. It's a webinar, so you can put your question in the Q&A room. Makes it easy for them to harvest and answer you. Thank you so much. So in order to round up this first module, remember I told you there's a module 2 and module 3. What is coming after this module 2, you can't afford to miss. But let me show you a snapshot of it so that you can understand what is coming. There's a video now that I'm going to play to you. Please listen to this video. It summarizes what I've just talked about. And at the end of that video, there will be a slide that will interest you. So before you go out of this module 1, you need to see that slide. That slide may just be for you. When I get there, I'll call on Amaka, my colleague, to talk about it. But let me show you this video quickly and then just use it to summarize what we have done so far. Thank you.
In this film, we will outline the areas you need to think of when it comes to health and safety and show you that health and safety need not be confusing. An introduction to health. If you saw a child in any of these situations, would you stop them before anything happened? Yes, of course you would. Whether or not the child was anything to do with you, you wouldn't let them put themselves into a dangerous situation. This is the most important thing to remember when considering health and safety. Don't allow yourself to be put in a dangerous situation. When it comes to health and safety, you may only get one chance. Health and safety is not something to be scared of. It is not just a term thought up by employers to confuse workers. It is a government legislation that aims to ensure that the workforce is safe. There are guidelines that employers have to follow. However, it is also your responsibility. The Health and Safety at Work Act 1974 states, "It shall be the duty of every employee while at work to take reasonable care for the health and safety of himself and of other persons who may be affected by his acts or omissions at work." This means that you have to think about health and safety and not just leave it to your designated health and safety officer. This film will give you a good understanding of the areas you have to consider when thinking about health and safety. These include fire safety, workplace safety, personal protective equipment, PPE, and control of substances hazardous to health, COSH. Workplace safety. If you follow these golden rules, you'll be less likely to be injured or to suffer illness at work. Work tidy. In order to keep yourself safe and working efficiently, you need to keep your workspace clean and tidy. Working in an untidy manner or workplace is stressful and frustrating, not to mention inefficient. Get training. One of the ways of reducing accidents in the workplace is training. You will be instructed in the safe use of equipment, machinery, and safe working practices. Be familiar with your workplace. You should be familiar with your workplace and the task or jobs you have to carry out. It is essential to know where the fire exits, call points, and fire extinguishers are located. Read the labels. Before using any product, always read the label for instructions and directions for its safe use, handling, and storage. Do what the signs say. Signs in the workplace are put up for a purpose. Obey them, they are there for your safety. Never obscure signs, add graffiti, or remove them. Regular maintenance and servicing. Keeping your plant, machinery, and equipment serviced and in good repair is good business sense. It will also reduce failure, breakdowns, and reduce the risk of accident and injury. Always disconnect and lock off equipment before starting maintenance work. Never try to fix equipment if you are not trained to do so. Report all accidents, incidents, and breakdowns. You should report all accidents, incidents, and near misses to a supervisor or manager. It is also good practice to report all equipment faults, breakdowns, and so on in the workplace that you think could be dangerous. Work within the safety guidelines. For every task, there should be safe working practices. Most of these will be based on common sense. Never take shortcuts or try to modify your task or equipment. Don't fool around. Your workplace has many hazards. Occur in almost all workplaces, and 95% of major slips result in broken bones, and they can also be the initial causes for a range of other accidents, such as falls from height. Most slips occur in wet or contaminated conditions. Most trips are due to poor housekeeping. The solutions to both are often simple and cost-effective. Your workplace will have many hazards, some of which are obvious and some that are not. These are some of the most common causes of slips, trips, and falls. Liquid spills. If you spill liquid or see a liquid spill, whether it is water or any other liquid, clean it up immediately because the next person might not see it and slip. Footwear. Always wear suitable footwear for the job you are doing. Uneven
Most of you wear.
surfaces and stairs. If floor surfaces or stairs are worn or cracked, they can be a danger and need to be reported to your health and safety officer. Loose mats are also a danger. Make sure loose mats have good gripping properties. Objects on floors. If you drop something or see something lying around, pick it up because something as small as a pen can cause serious damage when slipped on. Bad weather. Take care when use it. If you have, always inspect it to see that it's safe. Look for worn or missing rungs. Always place the ladder on a firm and flat base. Secure the ladder at top and bottom. If you can't secure it at the bottom, ask someone to foot the ladder. Desks and chairs. Using desks and chairs to work at height is extremely unsafe and should never be done. Swivel chairs are extremely dangerous when used as a step. Fixed installations. Climbing on machines or racking to gain height for working is dangerous. They are not designed for people to climb on, and you could be breaking the law. Don't do it. Preventing slips, trips, and falls is not difficult. It's based on safe working practices and just plain old common sense. Common sense can mean fewer accidents, less suffering, fewer working days lost, increased production, and increased profit. Common sense also helps save lives. Manual handling. Lifting, carrying, pushing, and pulling are things we do every day without thinking. But these manual activities are one of the greatest causes of industrial injury within the workplace. If we think again about our little friend, we should realize that we shouldn't put ourselves into a dangerous situation. There are many things that you need to remember when thinking about the 4 categories of manual handling. Lifting. Stop and think. If you don't feel you can lift it, don't. If, however, you feel you can, place yourself in a good position, bend the knees, and keep your back straight. Take a grip on the load and start to lift in a smooth upward movement. If you think at the start of the lift the load is too heavy, don't continue. When you arrive at your destination, you need to reverse the lifting procedure to put your load down. Carrying. When carrying, keep the load close to your body and always maintain control. If there is one side of the load that is heavier than the other, then the heavier side should be closest to your body. Pushing. There are many products designed to help you move loads from pallet trucks to wheelbarrows. However, the techniques are the same for all. Having checked that the route you are going to take is clear from people and obstructions, take a firm grip of the handle or handles, take the weight of the load, lean forward, and use the power in your legs to push off. Pulling. Pulling is the least acceptable method of moving a load, but sometimes it's just unavoidable. If you find that you have to pull a load, maintain a straight back, grip the trolley or truck firmly, take the weight, and use the power from your legs to start the movement slowly, smoothly, and in a controlled manner. To recap, always use the correct technique, and remember, manual handling is your last resort. Use a mechanical aid if you can. We will now move on to possibly the most important aspect of health and safety. Fire safety. Fire can have devastating effects. It kills, injures, destroys property, and destroys business. Under the law, your employer has a duty to undergo a range of fire prevention and risk reduction procedures such as fire risk assessment, regular and adequate fire training of staff, safe and adequate means of escape, installation of fire safety equipment and fire emergency procedures. It can be reasonably easy to reduce the risk of a fire. Simple housekeeping seriously reduces the risk of a fire breaking out. It's usually when negligence takes place that fire hazards develop. The accumulation of rubbish is a potential fire hazard and is unnecessary. If you see a situation which you feel is a potential fire hazard, tell your supervisor or designated fire officer. When you start work, either for a new company or in a new building, you must find out where the emergency exits are located and also where any fire extinguishers are positioned, and take notice of fire safety signs. You also need to know where your fire assembly point is. During a fire emergency, there are several important things that you need to do. Raise the alarm. Make sure the alarm has been raised. Don't assume that someone else has done it. Contact the emergency services. Some systems are linked directly to the fire brigade. If yours is not, call them as soon as it is safe. Evacuate the building. Only fight the fire if it is safe to do so. If it is safe, make sure you select the correct extinguisher. Red, water. For use with fires such as wood, textiles, and paper, never on electrical fires. Black, CO2. Very good general purpose fire extinguisher, especially electrical fires. Blue, dry powder. Very good general purpose fire extinguisher can, however, leave deep-seated fires to smolder only to reignite later. Cream, foam. Suitable for most flammable liquid fires. If it is not safe to fight the fire, leave immediately. Don't stop to pick up any personal items and never return to a burning building. If you can, shut doors and windows in order to starve the fire from the oxygen it needs to spread. The next subject we will look at is COSH, or Control of Substances Hazardous to Health. COSH. Hazardous substances in the workplace are a potential threat to our short and long-term health. Every year, there are hundreds of serious accidents involving hazardous substances, and in some cases leading to long-term permanent injury or illness, and in some cases, even death. What is a hazardous substance? Hazardous substances come in many different forms, such as liquids, solids, gases, powders, dusts, bacteria and viruses, and vapor and fumes. All of these are equally dangerous and can affect many parts of your body. They could affect your skin. Skin can be burned, develop rashes, or absorb substances. Heart. The heart can be damaged by a wide range of substances, such as metal fumes that could have been inhaled. Lungs. Many substances that can be inhaled will damage your lungs. Kidneys. A lot of substances that get into your body will be filtered through your kidneys. During that process, you can suffer damage to these vital organs. Nervous system. Your nervous system is vital for your survival. Hazardous substances can have a deadly effect. As an employee, you must follow the safe working practices laid down by your employer. It is also up to your employer to make sure that if your job requires it, you have relevant training and instruction. The most important thing for you to remember whilst thinking about COSH is your personal protection. If a job is a risk to your health, then you must make sure that these risks are monitored by competent staff. You must also be provided with and wear the correct personal protective equipment, PPE. This is our next subject. PPE. The Personal Protective Equipment at Work Regulations 1992 states that every employer shall ensure that suitable personal protective equipment is provided to his employees who may be exposed to a risk to their health and safety. PPE is available to protect all parts of your body, including your eyes, ears, and respiratory system. The selection of PPE should be appropriate to the task and hazards it may present. The following criteria should be taken into consideration when choosing PPE for a particular job. The protective equipment should be suitable for the job, and it should give the user the right level of protection. It should take into account the needs of the user, that is, consideration to comfort and movement, and it should also be used and designed for the type of hazard that you're working with. As well as this, PPE needs to conform to British standards, taking into account specific regulations and specific job requirements. There is personal protective equipment to cover every part gloves. Upper body, high visibility jackets, overalls, thermal clothing, harnesses. Lower body, protective trousers, knee pads. Footwear, strengthened toe caps, slip-resistant soles. Specialist disposable gear. Certain PPE is meant as single wear only or disposable after use. It is vital that these types of PPE are only used once. They may present a contamination risk to you or other people if reused. Use it and dispose of it properly. Electric. Report any faults immediately to your supervisor. Only work with properly connected and tested equipment. Pay attention to all safety signs. Ensure that any equipment you use is properly maintained. Inspect any electrical equipment, cables, and connections before switching on. Only use CO2 fire extinguishers when fighting electrical fires. Don't overload circuits and sockets. Never work with poorly maintained or faulty equipment. Don't use electrical equipment in damp or wet conditions. Don't work on any equipment that you have not been trained on. Don't make your own repairs. Leave them to qualified electricians. That brings us to the end of the basics of health and safety. I hope we have proved that health and safety is not something that you need to be scared of, and thinking simply about a situation often shows us what we need to know.
All right, thank you so very much and welcome back. I hope the video was able to put some icing on the cake, and I hope we all enjoyed that video. So I'm going to be calling on my colleague Amaka to quickly take this slide and give us some information on this. Thank you, Amaka. Over to you, please.
All right. Thank you so much, everyone, for being part of this webinar. We appreciate your time and your commitment to follow this career path. However, my boss has said that because you are here, that we will give you something that you can be able to benefit from. You can be able to benefit more than people that are out there. And this offer is effective for just 24 hours. And you all know that these certifications are worldwide recognized and internationally, sought out for. And the certification are displayed on, we have the IOSH certification, we have the IOSH working safely, and we have offer for NEBOSH, which is a popular IJC. So for this offer to commence, we are asking that you stay put to the end of the remaining 2 modules, and we are going to be dropping a link which you will click, and the link will last for just 24 hours. Please take advantage of this, because out there the courses are just so not what you are seeing here. If you look at it, we are giving 20% of full payment for IOSH certification, and we're also giving 20% 20% discount for IOSH, and for NEBOSH, the popular NEBOSH, 10%. Please kindly stay tuned so that you can be able to take advantage of this offer. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you so much, Amaka, for that quick information. The details of this, we'll get it as we progress in the Module 2. Module 2 will only be lasting us for about 1 hour. And then I would also like Am I off? Hello, I'm on. Hello. Okay, sorry, I think my network glitched, so I'm back. Thank you very much. So I'm just saying, for what you have seen from here, please wait to the end of this session, Module 2 and Module 3, for you to be able to really enjoy the full benefit of this session. So thank you so much. I hope we have been able to stand up for a quick break and a quick rest. So I'm moving next to the next session now, the Module 2. And I would like to encourage us, like I said, this will last for just about 1 hour, and then we'll be done with the Module 2. So I haven't told us about the introduction to health and safety and the what we call the HSE fundamental. It's now important for us to see, how do you build a career? So for those who are already professionals, HSE people on this call, this is also an advantage for you, because you may be navigating through the waters of what you don't know, and you need to understand how to go about it. This session will also help you to do that. But for those who are new, and like I mentioned from the start, you are considering a career in this field, I think this module is very super important for you to listen to, because it will help to increase not just your opportunity, but also to fast track what you need to do to become a safety professional. Thank you very much. So the title of this module is How to Build a Successful HSE Career. So I call it the background. So let me give you a quick background. So sometimes in 2010, while I was still actively involved in an organization, and I was working as a safety advisor, I came out with an opportunity to give back to the society, and through a webinar, or then it was called a seminar, because there was no webinar those days. So I did a program that we called How to Build a Successful Career as a Health and Safety Person. If you see the flyer you are looking at on this screen, this was the flyer that we used that time to promote this particular event. It was supposed to be a full-time seminar and a workshop. And if you look at it, you see for whom: final year student of higher institution, fresh graduate, NYSC core members, unemployed graduates, and those who want to change their career to HSC. So you see that this journey is not, I mean, this is 14 years ago. So this is not journey of yesterday. So I just brought this flyer because it reminds us of what we have been doing prior to this time. If you see the name that you see, Hybrid Consulting Limited, which is the name we used to answer then before we now migrated our name to Hybrid HSC and Hybrid Group. So it just tells you the story that we have been on this, not yesterday. Now, let me tell you what happened in this event. When we're looking for the venue to use for this event, the whole plan was to have a venue that can seat maybe 100 or 150 person at the maximum. And then we started planning with that number. When we're going to get a venue, we couldn't get a venue that could accommodate our cost. But we got another venue that they told us, oh, this venue is 250 capacity venue. That's the CMD lecture theater at Magodo. And we're told it's going to take 250 persons. You have to pay for it. And it was the same amount that they were going to charge us for the 100 or 150 room that they wanted to charge us somewhere else. So we went for it. Of course, we were already in our minds somehow convinced that the whole hall will not be filled up because we're not expecting 200 person or 250 person in this hall. And the program started as scheduled and was a big surprise because the number in that hall was counting 400. As a matter of fact, we had an overflow where we had to put people. And that was what indicated to us quickly as a business then that indeed this career is a career that everybody could actually embrace. So what I did 14 years ago is exactly what we're trying to do now, because and we have been doing this for many, many times. As a matter of fact, presently we have an academy where we are training people to become safety professionals, a 6-month intensive program. But beyond then, we have been doing a lot of these webinar seminars, telling people about HSC and also how they can become. So that's what I'm going to go through now quickly to just let you see what do you need to become a safety person in this industry that we are. In Nigeria, to be able to work as a safety person, and if you need to be exported out of Nigeria, either through JAPA or anything, you also have something to do where you're going to. Building a successful career as HSC professional. So the main purpose of this seminar is to provide an in-depth information and insights about HSC profession that will assist anyone considering a career. The first module was about the fundamentals of HSC. This one is how to become a professional. So we want to assist aspiring professionals on this call or persons to know the right pathway to the safety profession. Again, there are many ways to the market, but there's a better way. So what we want to do in this call is to be able to tell you the best route to becoming a professional. Provide clarity and direction to becoming a professional through the most affordable medium. To create gainful employment. So we're also hoping that this session will give some of us opportunity to have new employment, new opportunity to become safety professional. It's possible you have been doing something before, because in my journey, I've seen people who have moved from being a medical doctor to a safety person. I've seen engineers who have become safety. I've seen facilities people who have become safety. I've seen microbiologists that have become safety. I've seen nurses who have come into safety. So there can also be a career change if that looks like what you would like to do. So this short module 2 will give you that information on what to do, and then provide the platform, of course, for networking and empowerment. So let's start by looking at what Nigeria employment status says presently. And this data is from the NBS. I know a lot of us have issues about this new data when NBS are using this standard. Prior to using the new standard of unemployment in Nigeria that NBS, National Bureau of Statistics, was using, the unemployment used to be calculated at about 20 to 30%. But a new system is being used now that decides how many hours of work you do. that says if you do maybe like up to 1 hour every week or thereabouts, you are not unemployed. Let's leave that out. But look at the percentage. 5% in Q3 of 2023 from 4.2%. What does this tell you? That unemployment is increasing. Just looking at the rate from 4.2 to 5%. So the rate of unemployment and underemployment. Now, underemployment will now be those who are working for less than 40 hours a week is 15.5%. That's a large number. And the percentage of youth not in employment, not in education or not in training rate was 13.8%. Majority of us on this call would be youth. So we're talking about 13.8% of youth not employed. This is a big deal to what we are saying, because remember, one of the objectives of this session is to provide gainful employment. So it means you can actually move out of that unemployment status to employment just through this module. If you're able to listen to what we're saying and to do it. Right. So in Nigeria, there may not be data available very seriously for employment in HSI related fields, but we can look at what the international bodies and global world is saying. And I'll use that to do a kind of a prorating what we should be looking at in Nigeria. So Louis Hattie, a senior product manager behind How to Appoint the Best HSE Rep, Your Complete Guide, says that in compliance with OSHA framework in the US, you need to make sure as a workplace that you have at least one safety officer if you have more than 50 employees. One safety officer if you have more than 50 employees. That for one HSE officer for every 50 employees or less in a factory. So if your operation is a high risk, then the number of employees per safety, what we call safety versus workers ratio, should be less than 50. So maybe 1 to 30 or 1 to 35. And let me tell you, because some people think this is not working. In Nigeria, I have as a business, Hybrid is doing some jobs in some organization, and we are using this ratio. I'm using a ratio of 1 to 50. In some places, I'm using a ratio of 1 to 40. That for every 40 people I'm supervising, I must have a safety officer. So it's a ratio that has been published. It's not a law, but it just tells you that you should not have 50 workers without a safety person managing them. You will see where we are leading this to. Because if you lead this to where it is going, then it means unemployment should not be a problem if people are following this standard. So 3 HSE officers for 100 employees or less in factory warehouse with high risk. So if we apply this to Nigeria, where we presently have about 100 million workers in various workplaces and sectors, according to NBS, we will need an estimated average of 2 million safety professionals. If we just go by the statistics I just showed you in the previous slide, 2 million safety professionals to be working in Nigeria. From available records today, where we can get that record from is the one we have from ISPON. ISPON is the Chartered Membership Body Association for Nigeria. It's a body that was chartered by law in 2014, 2015 or thereabout. And their role is that members of safety professionals in Nigeria must be part of this system as members so they can regulate membership and regulate practice in Nigeria. So from the record we have from them, about 15,000 members are safety professionals registered with them. So for some, because we know there are quite a number that are also not registered with them, so let's assume we have another 15,000 that have not registered. To be very magnanimous, under 50,000 have refused to register with them, as we know. So we're saying we have about 30,000 safety professionals in Nigeria, compared to 2 million that we're supposed to have. What this tells you, and I did this for a state recently when I was pitching to the state on how to set up safety commission as a body, and I pitched it, I said, you want to increase employment of your youth. Let's take the age from 20 to 30. If you set up a safety commission and work it in 4 years of your administrator as the governor, you can employ another 100,000 persons in safety. And it was like, how? And I showed him this. So these statistics, even though it's estimated, shows us that there's a lot of opportunity for safety people to be employed in Nigeria. The problem is we have not really understood as a people the importance of safety in the workplace. So you go to some big companies today, they have somebody, just one person, who is claiming to be a safety person, and the person does not even know anything at all. Meanwhile, in that place, they may have up to 1,000 workers who are working there. We have not done the right thing, and that is part of what is creating unemployment in Nigeria. So that means we have just about 0.5% of the needed safety professionals in Nigeria. That means there is and there will be another 25 to 60% increase in the number of HSE professionals required in the industry in the next decade. That's an opportunity to prepare for. So that means if you are thinking and you're saying, I don't even know what to do. I don't even know where I'm going to work. I'm just opening up to you right now that there's employment opportunity in Nigeria. I've seen some young people come to me. I've been looking for a job as a safety person I cannot get. Sometimes I've also been very kind to them to let them know maybe you don't have the right qualification yet or the right experience. What do you need to do to get a job? It's not just because you want to get a job as a safety person. It's because there are things to be done and you will get a job. So let's go. That's where we're going now. Just as a summary again, just to remind you, especially if you have anybody who's just joining, the primary focus for safety prevention, again, is to prevent harm. And I explained this in the first slide. So therefore, safety science may sound new, but many sources of safety science knowledge are hundreds of years old. So these are some of those things that make the knowledge base of safety. Chemistry and biology, that's zoology, which provide knowledge about hazardous substances and living organisms. Physics, so we take care of all the engineering, no matter what engineering field you are coming from, electricity, heat, radiation, and others. Ergonomics, man-machine interaction, law, and so many. So this is what, so you can see all the principle on which safety is built. What this tells you quickly is that the course that you did, the subjects that you have studied in your university or in your polytechnic is not a stumbling block to becoming a safety professional. As a matter of fact, safety is a multidiscipline career. It means you can come from any discipline. So let's get some engagement in the chat room right now. If you are a safety professional on this call, please just write here, what course did you study in your first degree, in your polytechnic, in your college of education, anywhere you have studied? What did you study? But if you're a safety person, please go ahead and start typing there. What did you study? So geology, physics, chemistry. So you can see people that study mechanical engineering who are now safety people, environmental safety, mathematics, microbiology, metallurgical engineering. Let's go. Health science, health education, mass communication. Wow, and he's a safety person today. So I expect that person will be doing a lot of communication in the industry where he works. English language. Oh my God. So somebody studying English language is a safety professional today. Fantastic. Quantity survey, chemical engineering, industrial safety and technology, civil engineering. So as we see this list, if you are not yet in the safety industry, what this tells you, I look through the list now, I only saw 1 or 2 persons that wrote something on safety. So majority of people who are safety professionals right now, either in Nigeria or on this call, did not even study safety at all in the university or in the polytechnic. Myself, speaking to you, I studied forestry in my first degree. Graduated in 1998 with a double honors, forestry and environmental management, where the environment was a minor and forestry was the major. But today, I'm a safety professional. So it makes it, and if you look at the principles here, it shows you quickly that wherever you are coming from, The safety discipline is built on principles of engineering, science, education, psychology. Somebody say, wow, when I said I studied forestry. Make sure you respect me tomorrow when you see me, because you may start respecting me now because you see me saying forestry. That's why you say, wow, don't worry. I was waiting for somebody that would say I studied Yoruba or I studied something or French, because there are people that studied French today. I know who is a safety person today. So it's no longer a case of what did you study? Communication is there. Law and humanities. I have doctors, in fact, up until recently, I had a doctor that is a country safety manager of a big time multinational in Nigeria. He studied medicine and finished. He didn't drop out, so he graduated and became a doctor, but came into safety. And 13 years or 14 years after, no, I think 11 or 12 years after, is a country safety manager of a big time company in Nigeria. That there's nobody, I'll mention the name of the company, that will not know. If you're in Nigeria, that company cannot be mentioned, you will not know the company. Yeah, the person studied medicine, but today is the safety manager of a company. So it makes it so easy. When I say it makes it easy, I'm not saying easy as in you don't need to do anything and you just enter. I'm basically saying it shows you that the principle of safety makes sure that everyone can become, but becoming requires something. My friend and colleague that is a doctor that became a safety person did not just become safety without going through the route, up onto internship, to even do internship, do certification courses, go to the field to learn, come back, then go back before the person can become a country safety manager today. So it's not just, I've studied as a doctor, I can become a safety person. You are joking. You cannot. There's a principle that needs to be learned. That's why Amaka was showing you a slide the other time. That slide tells you where the journey should begin from, because you will need to learn the principles of safety before you can qualify yourself as a safety person. So these are the principles. So, and then you now look at the multidisciplinary approach of safety. So from this above, it tells you that HSE finds application in every discipline. So guys, listening to me and ladies, I don't care what discipline you studied. If health and safety and environment HSE is what you want to do, you can achieve it. There's a journey to be taken, but if you go through that journey, you will become better, much better, even than someone like myself, and in a shorter way. Why? Because there's now mentorship, there's guidance. We can coach, we can tell you how you need to navigate and get to that place faster than some of us did. For some of us, when I started this for almost 3-4 years, I didn't even know what I was doing. I was trying to navigate. I know people today that in 3-4 years have become safety supervisors, safety managers in organization. I remember when I did this event in 2010 that I first showed you. At the end of the event, I told everybody on the call, and I said, my goal for doing this is to let you know that what has taken me almost 12 years of my life to get here, you can get there in less than 5 years. And some people took it as a challenge. I know people today that in 10 years, 12 years, yeah, you can say, oh, that has been there for a long time. I've seen so many. But some people, the competencies they have developed in the last 10 years of their life is equal to what I've developed in 20 years myself. Because there's direction. Somebody can tell you, don't go that way. If you go that way, you will miss it. This is the way to go. And how are we able to do that? Because somebody can give you accurate direction now on how to go. So you don't have to go through 24 years like me before you can do what I'm doing now. In 10 years, you can do greater and better because you have all the opportunities ahead of you. So it's a multidiscipline career that you can build. So, and you can build it if you want. So why do we need them? I've explained this in the previous slides, in the previous module. Every workplace has its own unique hazards that will cause accident if they are not controlled, from slip, trips, and fall to noise to manual handling to chemicals. I spoke with a friend of mine recently who works in the hospital as the safety manager. I was so excited. I said, wow, Nigeria, bravo. So Nigerian hospitals are beginning to employ safety managers. Of course, globally, maybe we have people who are on the call here, or you have your friends or your brothers who are doing programs in the UK and US. Please ask them in their university if they don't have a safety department. I don't mean safety department for academic. I mean a department in the school structure that takes care of the safety of the workforce and the staff. Thank you. A safety department that takes care of the workforce, the safety team that come to the student to say, this is what you must do. I've seen so many cases in Nigeria where students die in the campus. There was one that was so much agog some time ago when 2 students fell into a swimming pool in a university and they all drowned. Both of them drowned and died. Do we have safety departments that can guarantee the safety of students in our schools? No. That is a workplace that requires so much of workers that needs, you can imagine a school that has 5,000 students. Go back to the ratio of what I just said. What do you think the number of safety they should have in that place should look like? But do you know the reality in Nigeria? There are universities that have 5,000 students and yet no safety person, not even a single safety officer to manage. So that tells you the story of the opportunities that are there that we are not seeing. What HSE professionals do? Simple. Our job is very simple. Take care of the hazards that are in the workplace. Take care of the hazard. You must be able to recognize hazard, carry out inspection and audit, provide system for fire protection and prevention, ensure regulatory compliance, monitor and manage health hazard in the workplace, ergonomics issue, hazardous materials, chemicals, and all of that, environmental protection. These are all the things and more that we do. I know some people here who are my colleagues who also do safety can tell you many, many more things that they do as a safety person on their site or in their workplace. So there's so much we do, there's so much work. Others include, we do training, we do accident investigation when accident happens. We advise management on how to grow their profit. We do record keeping and documentation. We do evaluation. We are the team that leads the emergency response processes. We manage safety programs. We are involved in product safety and quality. Just imagine, all of these are roles that go in the workplace, and yet there are no safety people doing them. So even working at a computer terminal can be hazardous. Producing long-term injuries to the hand and wrist. Whether a company does manufacturing, mining, transportation, agriculture, chemicals, fuel, production, construction, provide services like hybrid, it will always face hazard in some or all of the operations. Therefore, a safety professional is needed. What are the job potentials for safety professionals? The employment outlook for safety professionals is very bright, and I've consistently said this in Nigeria, that the safety outlook is very bright because we have not even started. Go back to the statistics I just showed you. We need 2 million. We have less than, let's even say 100,000 that we have. We have so many. Just imagine all the universities in Nigeria presently having to employ at least 10 persons in their safety department to manage the health and safety of the workforce. Do you know how many people will be taken off the road, off the streets for employment? I know investing in Nigeria should be close to 200. Multiply 200 by 10, then you know 2,000 people will gain employment immediately just because the university decides to do safety, which is not happening. So it's bright. Oh, but it's not happening now. Oh, yes. When I started my safety, many people didn't even know what I was doing. They even laugh at me thinking I don't have a job I'm doing. So it may not be happening now, but I can assure you the growth of the safety industry, I can tell you in the next 2, 3, 4 years, it will become something that nobody can really tame, because the globalization, the whole world that also pandemic activated has brought it to reality that many organizations today are beginning to say that, please, I need a safety person. That, please, I need a safety person. That, please, I need safety in my work. People are, I know how many requests I receive when it comes to people asking for safety and safety and safety. So there are presently no statistics for this. However, I can tell you, because I work in this space, this year alone, if I ask my colleague, if I'm not mistaken, this year alone, as a business that is involved in safety in some other organization, I'm sure we should have hired more than 10 safety professionals this year, if I'm not mistaken, that we have hired. Am I saying 10 or 20 that we have hired? Not even now that a whole lot of JAPA is taking place. So there are gaps in organization that require safety people. But of course, the employers are also very smart now that, yes, I need a safety person, but I need a qualified safety person. My colleague in Ghana has been on my case now. We're looking for a safety superintendent for a big organization. They've interviewed and interviewed. They have not found the competence that they need. So it's growing. There can be a better time to consider safety as a career if that's what you think will work for you. What do safety people earn? I'm sure this is a big conversation. Everybody that is not listening to me now will want to listen very well now. I would have asked us to write here, but I don't want anybody to reveal their packages. So because if you write it and your name is there, they say, so Adetutu, you are earning 1 million. I'm coming to see you. So Abanom, they pay you in dollars. I'm coming to see you. So you see, Abanom said my ears are widely open. You see now. So don't write anything about yourself. But I will use this so that I can let you see what is going on in the industry. And by the way, for all of us that are on this call, if you're a safety professional, at the end of this meeting, you're going to be receiving a mail from us on a new project that we want to do in Nigeria. We want to do a salary survey for health and safety professionals in Nigeria. I've done this before and we use it to benchmark. So some of you have listened to me in some webinars or in some speaking engagement. I've always insisted that there's a minimum money you should not accept if you have certain qualification. So we want to see where we are now in Nigeria to see if that narrative has changed. So we'll be sending you that survey. It's a link, very easy. In 5 minutes, you'll be done so that we can get enough respondents and use it to look at what is happening in Nigeria and use it to advise. Some of us have opportunity to advise organizations on packages, and we can start telling them, this is the minimum you have to pay this person. So please participate in that. That link is also available. Amaka, please, can you tell Daniel to send you the link? Let's put the link on the group for them also so that they can start that participation. Please make sure you are a safety professional to participate in it, because there's a requirement for you to be a safety person and also working in Nigeria for you to participate. So for everyone that their ears are now open and they want to hear, so this is the slide. In the US, so that you want to start clicking your JAPA, no problem. In the US and other developed economies, the average range of salary for a safety inspector starts from about $60,000, that's $5,000 every month, to about $150,000. That's roughly about $12,000 every month. And this is applicable. As a matter of fact, safety people over in a developed economy, they earn at the same level with other people in their category, like engineers or doctors. Yes, they don't earn less because they are safety people. They earn if they're at the same level of earning. In sub-Saharan African, we had to do some digging here. And we saw that in some part of this place, people earn between $3,000 to $6,000. $3,000 today would be about 4.5 million from what we are seeing now. Yeah, so about 4.5 million naira. If you divide that by 12, that should give you about roughly 400,000 naira per month. So this is an average in sub-Saharan Africa. Go to South Africa and go to some part of the North Africa, Egypt and Morocco, you will see that amount being earned. even in some part of Nigeria, in the oil industry especially, and some very other industry, people are beginning to earn something like that in Nigeria right now. But if you come back to the generality of Nigeria, salary for an entry level start from about 100,000 to 250,000 naira. This data we got from someone that did this kind of research recently, but we'll validate this. Now, as a business, can we validate this? And I can tell you, yes, I kind of agree with this data because I'm also very involved in hiring of health and safety professionals in the workplace. So I think this may be close to accurate, but we are going to use this to check what we're going to do in our new research that we want to do. So again, please, when the link is on the chat room, please do participate. So somebody said this is very staggering. Yes, it is. So it is indeed staggering, but we want to see how this can affect us. So this is what I've just published. This is US, a recent data. So what we want to do now is to be able to provide a data like this for Nigeria. How many people earn less than 60,000? How many people earn like 60 to 79,000? And then we can see that percentage. So that when we come out with that research, I can promise you that you will find it all over our system so that you can also use that to benchmark yourself, on what you earn, what is percentage of people. If somebody asks me now, how many people earn more than 10 million in Nigeria annually as safety persons? I don't have the data. So we need to get that data to push some narratives to the government, to the policymakers, to the employers and everyone. Data and research help to change things. And we want to be involved in that for everyone. Right, so HSC professionals, so this is what we have for Nigeria. So again, it's from the same place. That's the link where we got this data. So you may want to check that link as well. We got the data that is 0 to 2 years and about 1 million naira annually. 3 to 5 years and about 1.3 million annually in Nigeria here. Average annual salary by education. So what this means is, in Nigeria today, organization employing safety people have started adding clauses there. Safety, you have 3 years experience plus this qualification. 3 years experience plus NIBOSH. 3 years experience plus ISPON qualification. 3 years experience plus this. So for those that are not just safety professionals without qualifications, they also did that analysis and they found out that they earn more than those who do not have any qualification at all. So for 0 to 2 years, certificate or a diploma in safety, that means a certification, can jump your salary from 955 to about 1.1 annually. If there's a degree also, which means you are a graduate, because remember, health and safety also involves active management engagement. If you have not gone to university to a level where you can have good conversation with top management, then you cannot present a report. So they also look at that to say, you are a graduate, you have an MSc, good, and you have NIBOSH, good. Your salary will possibly be about 2.3 million, which gives you roughly about 200,000 naira per month. This is the research that have been done that we want to corroborate with our own new research. So why becomes, I hope your ears are well open now, so you can see what people are earning. Yes, NIBOSH, and you accept 100,000. It's true. Some people still accept 100,000 with NIBOSH. That's what I'm saying. It's about 100,000, and above. But we will validate that with our research that is going on now. So that link to the research has now been published on the chat box. Please click it and then participate in that research for us. We will publish the result later. So why do you need to become HSC professional? I'm rounding this up in the next 15 minutes. Why do you need to become HSC professionals? HSC professionals are widely accepted in industry right now. Before now, they were not recognized. Today, some of us are sitting on the table. We are no longer under the table or outside of the room. I know some of my colleagues today that sit in the boardroom. We are having safety directors today in Nigeria. We are having general managers, safety systems. We are having safety superintendents. So we are already coming to the table and we're participating on the table. So they are widely accepted. It's supported by legislation. I showed you in the module 1 that there are laws that make safety a necessity in organization. So that means the law supports that organization must have safety people. Please send the survey link again. All right. So let's keep posting it for people to see. So there are legislation that supports our career. There are some jobs that do not have legislation backing them up. So health and safety and allied services are regulated. There are laws that make it impossible for you to operate an organization without safety. So that means we are needed in the safety system. There's a career advancement. Recently, Lagos State, again, pioneering as they have always done, they have the first and the only safety commission in Nigeria. Recently, health and safety has been integrated into the civil service of Lagos State by a memo that was passed last year. The implication now is that you will also have level 8, level 9, level 10, up to level 15 of safety people in the ministries and the MDAs. It simply means that you can have a safety director tomorrow in the Ministry of Works. You can have a safety director in the Ministry of Education. That means safety is becoming part of the hierarchy of qualification in the ministry in Lagos. That memo was passed last year by the governor himself. So that tells part of the story that we're talking about. Lagos has started it. We are hoping many states will embrace this very soon. This is just telling you that there's a career advancement. You can start as an officer today, and in 10 years, you can become a manager. In 20 years, you can become a consultant. In 15 years, you can become a director. Those opportunities are being created in organization right now. So it's not, I'm a safety officer, I don't know where I will become. Sometime last year or 2 years ago, I raised a very deep conversation in the safety environment and safety teams. And I said, when will safety people start becoming CEO and MD of organization? Let me tell you the good news. That is happening right now. We are having safety people now that have been appointed as MDs in organization. Thank you very much. Baba from Ghana, no problem. My contact will be shared with you. We're having safety managers, safety directors that are now being promoted to be the leaders of organization. There is a career advancement. And it is also very dynamic. It's very dynamic and it's a challenging career. 24 years for me in the industry, guys, there's still so many things I don't know. I was just with one of my friends and a sister in Abuja last week. No, I was joking. Yeah, thank you. The MD of, we're told that the current MD and CEO of LNG came from safety background. Thank you, Abanom. We got that confirmation recently. The current MD came from the safety background in that system. And today is the CEO of LNG. Thank you. So, and I was telling someone, I said, my sister, how will we do this? And I said, when are we going to start becoming MD? And I said, we're already becoming, it depends on who. So we are already on the table. And this tells us quickly a lot to learn. Sometimes, everybody that knows me understand my passion. My passion is for competence development. Learning is key. It's like the blood that flows in my vein. You must learn. There's so much to learn. So I tell myself that there's so much I don't know. But when I want to make a fun now with people, I say, I'm not ready to read book again. I want to be reading money. Yes. But the truth is, we can't stop learning. We must continue to learn. And health and safety industry puts you on that position to continue to learn. Just imagine the changes that are taking place in that industry today. We are still trying to manage HSC. Sustainability came. ESG came. One of my very good colleagues, he just got into a new job. And from where he was coming from, he was a safety person. Now he has become an ESG and sustainability manager. That's the point. To get there, he had to do a lot of learning, a lot of training, a lot of internship to become. So it's a career that allows for learning. Very dynamic, very changing. So you also have to be learning and changing to survive. Of course, should you become a safety professional? Well, my advice to you here is based on what I have said. I mean, there are careers that you can say are already outdated or already overcrowded. HSC discipline has too many vacancies, so it's not yet crowded. So when you are choosing a career, there are things you should look out for. A profession that is respected, that is associated with important work, that gives you feeling of accomplishment, that somebody has gone home without injury is an accomplishment. One that provides growth and potential to advance in your responsibility is a good career to consider. So you should also seek a profession where compensation reflects skills and accomplishments. A lot of our guys that have gone out of Nigeria to other parts of the world are finding fulfillment in safety today. So it's not a career that you can throw away wherever you get to. So a desirable profession provides stable employment, variety in the daily routine, while keeping interest high, and of course, your stress low. HSC does it all. I can confirm that to you that HSC can get you to where you want to become, a place of fulfillment and satisfaction, if that's what you want for your life. So how do you become? This is how we're rounding up. How do you become a safety professional? Number one, in Nigeria today, as we are all witnessing, there are not so many universities and institutions that you can study HSC as a first degree or as OND or as HND. We are getting some of them now like PTI. I think some universities like Uniport are doing masters and even PhD, but you do not have it as a curriculum that you can choose right from your brochure, your JAM brochure, and say, I'm choosing this to go and do this course. That is one of the biggest challenges where the knowledge gap in Nigeria took place. Therefore, the way to go is certification. Myself, I had to go through qualification and certification courses to become who I am today. And that is the only way. To go to a university and polytechnic to become a safety professional right now is, you could have finished from UI and you have done geology. You now want to go to PTI to go and do safety technology. Who does that? So qualifications, certification, or master's degree is the way to go. UI is doing it now. Uniport is doing master's degree in safety. This is growth that is taking place. But if you are here today and you are still considering becoming a safety person, you may need to consider qualification and certification. And that was why my colleague Amaka showed you guys the other slide on what you need to do. So this will come from majority of foreign certification body, because in Nigeria today, we do not have that vocational structure that has given us opportunity to get our vocational qualification in safety in Nigeria. It's opening up now with NBT. So NBT is pioneering vocational study. Okay, LabTech has also started master in safety. Thank you so much, Sheyi, for pointing that out. Yes, I know a whole lot of those universities now are starting the master's degree. Some of them have called on some of us to come and be part of the faculties, of those schools. Right. So the easiest way to start will be for you to consider qualifications. If you do not have qualifications or certifications, it becomes very difficult for us to just say, oh, I did geology, come and be a safety officer. How? You've got to build some competencies. So ISPON, of course, training is also part of those things that can give you those qualifications for you to move into the industry. So I say you may need to do international qualifications in Nigeria for you to be able to go into the industry. And some of those international qualifications, I've mentioned a few here. There are quite a number of them, but a few here. AOSH, IOSH, HQ is high fit qualification, NIBOSH qualification from the UK, ISPON in Nigeria, or the US qualification, the ASP, the CSP, Canadian qualification as well is also there. This is your starting point. Sorry to use this word. I don't care if you did master's degree in medicine. If you must come into the safety industry, you will have to do one of these qualifications for us to accept you. We are not going to bring you because you have PhD in medicine to come and be a safety officer. No way. Because safety is a discipline, you have to learn the principle. So either of this, you may have to consider. So somebody say, I want to get into that. I don't know how to go in there. A lot of people you are sending your CVs to will not look at it twice if they cannot find any evidence that you have done something that make you understand the principle. The principle is about the knowledge of safety, so that when you get into the company, you can start the practice. You cannot build skill if there is no knowledge. Every skill, today, I can say I have skills in health and safety. That skill was built because I've had built knowledge in health and safety. Pass through all of these qualifications and many more before I can say, let me now put to practice what they taught me. Then I can now say I'm a skillful health and safety person. Of course, there can be various types of the qualification. There are entrance routes that you need to take. There are minimum you need to do, like the fundamentals, not the specialization. Because I'll show you the slide for specialization shortly. Because if you think specialization, you may not understand the basis. That's why some of the courses are very popular. When Amaka said NIBOSH International GI Certificate, because it's not a specialization, it's a general qualification. So even if you are going to aviation to go and work as a safety person, that general knowledge puts you at an advantage. You can get to aviation tomorrow and then begin to learn aviation safety, but you already have a general knowledge, not the one you just go for as specialization. So this is the starting point, I'm afraid. I won't lie to you, and I cannot tell you otherwise. If you do not go through a starting point, it will be difficult for you to build this career. And you can be out there saying, oh, but nobody is listening to me. Nobody wants to give me jobs. It's because you have not done the right thing. Some of us, it took us years before we realized this. And those are the kind of the mistakes that we made and didn't give us the head start that we needed to become a safety person. So you need to learn the principles of the safety profession and get appropriate qualification. There is no alternative to this. Note that there are many safety courses out there. If you cannot trace them to a body where you can validate it, then it may just be a piece of paper printed in your room. I've had people send me certificates. I mean, just for instance, I've got a very good printer in my office here. I can type level 10 safety diploma course done by Dr. Omolade and put Explore Consulting Limited behind it and issue and sign. And you bring that to me. Oh, I've just done level 10. And what's level 10? Oh, I did it from Explore Consulting. Please, who is Explore Consulting? I go online. I cannot find. Because today, you cannot lie about certification and qualification. Everything is online. So my advice is, while I'm not advocating that you cannot do it anywhere you want, make sure it's a qualification that can be validated. It has to be validated that you have done it, you have written an exam, you pass the exam, then you understand what we are saying. Otherwise, it will just be another piece of paper that you can print out for 5,000 naira. A lot of recruiters look out for that. And those could be the reason why you have spent so much money doing training that nobody recognizes. Therefore, it will not give you any advantage in the workplace. So I've just talking about number one way to become. Let's go through the many 6 ways to become a safety professional. Do a qualification. That's number one. Number two, talk to people who are already there or organizations like Hybrid for counseling. Talk to us. Reach out to people you know who are in the industry. Let them talk to you. Read about safety problems, accidents, disasters. Don't just spend all your time on social media, not learning anything. When we started, social media was very difficult. To browse for 30 minutes those days, I would have to spend a lot of money to browse for 30 minutes. So you can't even spend your money. I mean, I'm talking about 2000, 2001. But today, You have so much information on social media, on the internet. What are you using them for? Read about what you can read on health and safety. That can help you achieve that goal. Number 4, attend seminars and training like this one. I would like to commend over 200 people that have been on this course since morning. That is one of the ways to go. Attend seminars. Even if you're a newbie, attend seminars. No, just keep learning the principles. That will give you opportunity that when you start the practice, you will remember what you have learned. You will need to be in a workplace to start the practice, but you can start learning it, even putting it into practice while you are learning it. So attend those things. Don't just think they are not useful, especially when they're even free. Nobody is asking you to pay money for it. Number 5, join safety professional bodies. Network for opportunities. There are many safety professional bodies all over the world and Nigeria, and we have them in Nigeria. As many as you can join them. It provides you with opportunity for like minds, people you can interact with, people that can tell you when the opportunity exists, people that can take you by the hands and mentor and coach you. Join safety professional bodies. I don't want to mention names now, but there are several of them. I belong to so many of them, but they've also been my strength to continue to advance what I'm doing and also to learn as much as I can learn. It allows you to have those opportunities. Number 6, follow safety discussions and people that are doing safety on social media. Look for their handles. I mean, if you look at people that I have in my, for example, I can assure you that more than 75% of them are safety professionals. I intentionally go to the LinkedIn to look for them. I don't want to accept somebody who is doing fashion design. I don't hate them, but they are not in my profession. So what they will post will not matter to me. But when I have safety professionals all over the world in my network, when I see a post from them, it may just be an answer to a question that I need. So look for people that are doing what you want to do. They will help you to learn more. Finally, and very important, seek employment, even if it's as an intern or a volunteer. I've seen people who intern for 6 months and after that 6-month internship, get a full-time job. I've seen people who say, I cannot do internship. For 2 years, they're still waiting for a job. Intern. Go and be an IT person. Go and be an intern in the place. Tell them, even, and I have to say this with all submission, there is nothing you want to do in life that does not cost money. Do you know that it may cost you money to be an intern? Because many people want to be interns, but the question is, how much are you paying me? And for me, those who have worked with me closely know. The first thing I say is, I don't have money, I'm not paying you anything. And the guy says, okay, I cannot be an intern. If you're not ready to pay me, I cannot work for you. And I say, okay, thank you very much. God bless you. And you go away. It's even possible that there's a payment to be made, but you have shut yourself down because you want money. And you say, I live in Ajangbadi. It will cost me 50,000 to come here every day, every month. You must pay me something. The same way you have spent money to take your qualification, do you know you may need to also spend money to get internship or to be a volunteer? I volunteered when I was doing my ISO process to become an ISO auditor. I volunteered to the extent that I pay for my flight. I pay for my accommodation. I pay to go to where I want to go and intern. And yet I'm not paid any money. But some people today, they say internship. Internship means work. So it means you must be paying me. If you are waiting for dancing or hybrid to pay you for internship, it's not in my structure and I don't want to pay. So if I pay, it's because there's an opportunity for it. But if you are coming with a mindset that I must be paid for intern, sorry, 5 years, you'll be there. You have done NIBOSH. You have done ISO. You have done sustainability. You are looking at all the certificates like this. You are still there. You will not get a job. Now, not that you will not get a job. You will not have any skill. Internship help you to metamorphosize your knowledge to skill. Your knowledge moves from where it is to skill by being an intern. You are in a workplace. All the English they have taught you in the class, you can see it live. Wow. So this is what a crane looks like. I saw the picture. I didn't even know it's as big as this. I once asked somebody who went for an internship somewhere, and the person said, my God, a crane can be this tall. I didn't know. The guy has never seen a crane like that before. All he has seen is crane inside the book and a crane inside the video. Internship is also a learning period. The same way you pay to do your qualification, if there's a need for you to pay for your intern, please pay. Spend your money for the transportation. Spend your money for the feeding. Spend your money to go there. Spend your money to write your report. And they're not paying you. You are learning skill. You are converting your knowledge to skill. When you finish that intern, you will get a job. You can get a job that will pay you back all that money. So I'm saying your knowledge is not complete until it moves to skill. So if you need to pay for the knowledge and pay to get the skill, please by all means pay and then move into the journey to becoming a safety person. I'm rounding up. So these are specializations for many people that are saying, okay, I want to do a general course. So by the way, all the courses that Amaka puts there for you that you guys saw the other time, they are general courses. They are not specialization. We will not offer you a specialization when you have not started the general. So you need to learn the general before you go to specialization. So look at a few specializations on health and safety. Some of my colleagues on this call have become specialized in health and safety. So they are no longer generalists. They are now industrial hygienists. They are construction safety experts. They are mental health experts. That's specialization. But there is no career or discipline in the world where you become a specialized person without learning the general. Even in medicine, you have to do general medicine before you go into your specialization. So you can become a specialized occupational safety person, industrial hygienist, environmental safety person, fire engineer, fire safety person, ergonomics, system safety, risk management, loss control, chemical, all of that, behavior-based safety. You can even become a trainer or a lecturer. One of my very good friend and colleague who left Nigeria, to the UK, as is beginning to say that this training is actually a career here. I didn't know. And what does it teach? Safety. Rather than being a safety officer on the site, he is a trainer. And that pays his bill. He uses that to do what he has to do. So it's also a specialization. You have to learn how to become an effective safety trainer after you have become a general safety practitioner. And then that can become a job for you. So in conclusion, guys and ladies, safety professionals have responsibility in every facet. There is nowhere we are not required. There is no place where you are not needed as a safety professional. Look for it and get it. While I was talking about internship, I remember some of my colleagues here remember when hybrid started a few years in 2010. I'll just work because as an organization, you can also do what looks like an internship. You call it pro bono. I'll just go to that company, I'll enter, knock it, they say, what do you want? I say, I'm a safety consultant. They say, what do you want? I just want to do your safety inspection and audit for you. I'll submit a report for you. You don't need to pay for it. I just want to do it. Oh, they say, really? Yes, I just want to come and do it. Say, come in. There were many organizations that I went to and I did a free inspection, audit, report, presentation to them, and they didn't pay me anything. Some of them paid later. Some of them took me to places where they paid. I remember one in particular, I said that I didn't pay you for that job, but now I'm referring you to a company that will pay you because you did a good job. So even organizations also do internship. So why won't you do as a professional if you really want to become a professional? So as long as there's interaction between human and equipment in the workplace, safety is relevant and is very relevant for everyone. So this is very true in Nigeria today as we begin to advance in our technology and infrastructural development. That's why I mentioned that in Nigeria of the next 4 or 5 years, the rate of infrastructure development right now I can tell you that if I look at the statistics, more Nigerians are working in construction and projects as safety professional now than even in manufacturing or in other processes. A lot of construction work going on here and there. Infrastructure development in power, in energy, in roads, in building, and they are bringing in safety people. That is a trajectory for Nigeria. We need to develop our infrastructures. Safety people are needed to make sure that infrastructure are developed without killing Nigeria. So this is a great opportunity for every one of us. Are you ready? If you are ready to consider, or maybe you are even already a professional and you think there's a need for you to advance, you are not getting what you should get. It could be because of your qualification. You are not yet translating your knowledge to skill. This is an opportunity for you. I will, at this junction, hand over to Amaka again now to go back to the other slide and tell us exactly what we need to do now. Amaka, if you are there, please, I will stop sharing my slide, and you can immediately discuss that slide with everyone here before we go for the final session of today. Thank you so very much. Any question for me in the group that I need to answer? If there is none, then Amaka, please, let's go on the slide and you can give them more information on it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, everyone.
So
we
Fisara
have
can share his slide, please.
Okay, Fisara, please can you share?
I'll stop sharing.
All right.
Do you want me to share?
Yes, sir, please.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
Just a minute. Okay. All right, so I'm sharing the slide again. Now, can you see it?
Yes, I can see it, sir. Okay, so for beginners who want to start with AOSH certification level, we have level 2. And level 2 certification can be done by any beginners. Please, Dafton, the sharing has gone off.
Okay, so, all right. Can you see it?
Yes, I can see it right now.
Okay, let me, my full screen. All right.
All right. Thank you very much, sir. So for those who want to begin their career by acquiring some of the recognized certification worldwide, we have different offer for the following certification. The first one displayed here is for beginners who want to commence their career in health and safety part. We have the AOSH certification, and you can start with level 2. However, we have level 1 for those who want to go back, but for the foundation that you already have on this masterclass, you can commence your career by starting with level 2. And then the offer we are giving is 20% for those who are on this call that will take advantage of the opportunity. For 24 hours, we are giving you 20% of the total cost, which include the training and the certification. Please take note that the offer is for those who are on this call who registered, and the link will be dropped after the last module. And for installment payment, for the opportunity for those who want to pay twice, we are giving 10% for total certification and training as well. And the opportunity also lasts for 24 hours. And for IOSH Working Safely. IOSH Working Safely is also another awarding body, which you can also take advantage of the offer, which is 20%. And for 2 installment payment is 10%. And the major one, which is the NEBOSH certificate, general certification. Please note when Dapson was talking, he said that NEBOSH is for general certification. You can specialize after the first NEBOSH general certification. And for the full payment, we will give you 10% discount. And if you are doing 2 installmental payment, we are giving you 7.5%. I'm very aware, I'm very sure that some of you know that these certifications and their cost varies because of the forest and increase in forest, the differentiation in increase in forest and the current rate. So if you look at the percentage we are offering you, you know that you are getting it like a bonus for being part of this program. And for those who knows hybrid, you know that we don't even give 5% discount, being the fact that we have already the training has already been highly discounted. Please, I'm asking you to take opportunity for this because after 24 hours, it's gone. Thank you very much. We'll be dropping the link shortly in the comment section and also in the YouTube section so that you can take advantage of the offer. Thank you.
Amaka, I hope you can hear me. Can you hear me, Amaka? Or can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so very much for that. So thank you, everyone. So one of the things that we need to show you quickly here will also be the scan, what they call the barcode for you to be able to scan if this is what you are interested in. And you can scan the barcode immediately and start this opportunity. It's an opportunity that we believe is part of our own contribution to the Nigerian society for everyone that wants to build this career in Nigeria. So avail yourself of the opportunity and use this to register. So I will share the screen for you now. You will see it. So you can scan from where you are straight and then start the opportunity. The link is also there. May be difficult for you on the link, except you can just type it out. Okay. So I'll leave this for a few minutes. So please, Amaka, please, can you confirm that you can see this?
Yes, I can see the barcode, sir.
Good. All right, so full screen. All right, so I've just done the full screen. So that's the barcode to use if you're interested in any of those offers that we have brought to you. Okay, so please, if you still have questions and raising your hand, please type it in the chat room or in the Q&A room. Let our team provide you with answer. This webinar does not have facility for you to speak, so you'll not be able to talk in this. Thank you very much. So please ask your question, and my team will be answering all your questions right there. Okay, so asking if it's going to be virtual or physical. So for the person asking about the mode of the training, you will get answers. I think it will be both physical and virtual depending on what we have. So, all right. So while this is, I believe everybody that wants this should have scanned it now. Remember, it may not also be for you. It may be for a friend, a brother, a sister. You only get this if you have attended here and you are being referred from here. So make use of this opportunity while it lasts. Thank you. So I'll show us a quick video now for about 10 minutes. And this video will be for us to just relax, stretch our hands, take coffee, take water, and then we'll do the last 30, 45 minutes for the day. And we'll be done for today. Thank you very much. So This one, this one. So because some of us are asking questions about us, so we'll play you a quick video now and I'll just tell you a little about hybrid. While you are doing your registration, this can also keep you busy. And then we'll come back for the final stage where we will be talking to a professional and asking some questions from the professional. So you can also ask your question during that time if you want to.
The group started officially as a business January 2011. The journey has been very interesting. We've gone through several stages of our development and growth, and we've had our own shares of the challenges of business. And by God's grace, 10 years down the line, we have been able to overcome some of those challenges. And here we are today, delivering services to Nigerian and other parts of the world. We try as much as we can to ensure that everything around health and safety, or the general safety and well-being of workers, wherever they are, is protected. So our goal, our vision is to make sure that we put all the structures and systems in place to ensure that the workers can return back home at the end of their job. That's the goal. So it's loss prevention. However, we have several aspects or several ways we do this, which of course form the different businesses that we have in Hybrid Group.
We have our training plans for the year, and our training spans through bespoke and certification. And when I talk about the certifications, those are certification courses which we have accredited bodies from the UK and US.
The hybrid culture has actually evolved from inception. The hybrid culture is integrity, commitment, and service excellence. Culture that has evolved over the years and has transcended beyond even the vision as at the time it was set. The passion will deliver the HSC culture. We talk about excellence. We do not cut any corners in delivering to the best global practices as obtainable, and we are evolving.
We do training, we do consulting. We are very strong also in providing what we call manpower supply. We have aspects of our business that provide safety equipment and services to people. And we're also very strong in the aspect of creating a lot of awareness and knowledge in the workplace and in the society at large. And recently we started another aspect of safety, which is what we call the dangerous goods management, which basically talks about safety of goods on the different medium of transportation, the road, the air, the sea.
The dangerous goods management services cut across training, consulting, and supply. Nigeria just signed into the ADR Convention in 2018, which brought us to also provide these services for the Nigerian market.
The kind of service that we provide, we require international affiliations to be able to do our job well. And also because of the uniqueness of Nigeria, where safety has not been a very strong discipline, we depend on a number of bodies globally from the UK, from the US to do our job. We rely on their strength of certifications, on their competencies, and of course their industry leadership to be able to do the same thing in Nigeria. So we have the likes of the IOSH, the NIBOSH, the AFQ, we have the IOFA, which of course are all very strange words to hear, but these are bodies that give a bit of backup to what we do in Nigeria.
The requests usually come when we first of all go and meet the customer. We identify their needs, and we also give them recommendation of which area they will need our services. So from there, the customer now review our product We actually have fantastic reviews from our clients, from them having a very good environment ambience in hybrid. We also have had people give credits to the competency they get from our facilitators and the customer services that they received when they are here to do business with hybrid.
We usually say that our target customers or clients are global and universal. The reason is loss prevention is across board. Our services are required by almost everybody. So we also have to do what we call target marketing in order to help us to achieve some mileage with little effort. So we target the different sectors of the economy, the manufacturing, the transportation, the oil and gas, institutions. Our clients cut across all of this anywhere they are in the world.
As a trainer also, we try to use live experiences to express, to teach issues that need to be addressed in the training with them. So that way they connect with you in our practical classes. We have activities, syndicate sessions, we ask them specific questions in which they answer. And then as a trainer, we put them through the things they see. So from there, we're able to analyze where there are gaps and the gap that needs to be closed, but they're equipped with practical knowledge.
The idea of setting up the business center is to also give room for people outside Lagos to also enjoy what we do in hybrid. And as you know, in hybrid, our goal is to empower, to enhance, and to educate people. So imagine having a Nebosh IGC and people have to travel from Kano to Lagos to have this training. So the idea is to set up these centers to also give room to our clients who want to take this training in our various business centers, the same value. And that's why we have not just, we have our buildings that are good quality. People go to our centers in Kano and they're amazed of the excellence we put in those buildings. So for us in hybrid, either you're in Lagos or you're in Warri or you're in Ibadan or Ilorin, you still get what hybrid stands for, which is the integrity, the commitment, and the excellence.
This training is tailored towards achieving the corporate goal as well as the individual goals. The workforce for hybrid group ranges between 75 to 100 people. We have a team of experts that we call on board, and these two constitute our workforce. They come on board to deliver based on the expertise. No project is done without the best hands on board. We have a team of safety professionals that work in conjunction with the DD team that go about offering CSR. We have gone to different schools within Lagos and even outside of Lagos State to give safety-related trainings to their staff.
We provide services, consulting services for the dangerous goods management, which include packaging, supply, and also doing risk assessment for people in the freight and forward industry. Majorly as regards the projects, we have our team that basically work on client sites and as well as ensure that there are no fatalities on our clients' projects.
I'm a civil engineer by training, but once I started in the health and safety line, I actually followed that through. I first started in construction safety, then went into operation safety. Now I'm in commercial safety. My relationship with hybrid actually goes back almost a decade. I started courses with them when I was doing my NYSC. I started with the CIH. That's an introductory level health and safety course. Then I also did the CAPM. That's a project management course, right? Hybrid basically introduced me into safety. The learning environment is second to none. Welfare packages are very nice. It's a well-managed system. All the courses are done with them. The CIH, the NEBOSH, the AUFAC, the trainer course, the ISO 9001 training as well. And currently I'm doing the NEBOSH diploma course with them as well. So basically, whenever I have a health and safety training need, I always come to hybrid. They are globally accredited certifications. And it's not just what they say, if you go to any of the global bodies and inquire about hybrid, you would always get positive feedback from them. I'll tell anybody interested in coming into the health and safety field to come to hybrid, right? They will set you up from the ground up, from the competency of the trainers to the learning environments to the feedback process, as well as the globally accredited courses. Anybody coming in is fully taken care of. Everywhere where you have people working there, the chances of accidents are always there. So we are there to provide those solutions to make sure that they can continue to deliver on their own services without impact to the people and the assets that they have. Provide our services for a whole lot of cadre of people in the society. So in the scope of the business that we do, we are able to provide every service that relates to preventing loss, and that's safety. So everything safety means everything. Our businesses don't only service the corporate sector, we also service individuals. So there are individual participants in our training. For full operations, we are in 6 states and 2 other countries presently.
Okay, so good afternoon again. Welcome back to the masterclass. Can you confirm that I still have people here who are listening to me? Do you still have people here who are listening to me? Am I the only one here speaking? Oh, you are with me. Thank you very much. As part of the beautiful thing that we still have 200 people on this call, I think is good for us. While this masterclass was going on, we have someone who has offered to give a scholarship. Amaka, correct me if I'm right. A scholarship up to the NIBOSH certification, is that correct?
No, for the entry level newbies, for who were
so newbies yes. At the AOSH or the IOSH, right?
Newbie for AOSH.
For AOSH, okay. So there's a scholarship that somebody has offered to someone who is on this call. So that means you don't even need to pay anything at all. The process to achieve that scholarship will be discussed at the end of the module 3. So we'll let you know what you need to do to win that scholarship. So we'd like to say a big thank you to our sponsor for this. Thank you so much for investing into someone to start this career. So please just hold on. We have another 30 minutes to go, and you will be able to know how to win that scholarship. My team are already working on that, and it will be on the chat room or on the QA. Just watch out. Just watch out. We have several ways we give scholarship out. So just watch out. If it be you, and it could be anybody. Thank you so much. All right, so we're going to the module 3, which is the final part of this program today. And like I said, this part of this module, module 3 will be bringing in someone who is a professional to do some dialogue, interaction, and talk to us on how her journey has been in the health and safety world. So let me share the screen while the person will be joining. Her name, just trying to get the person now. Okay, so this is module 3. Please confirm you can see my screen. Hello, please, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
All right, sorry, I think I got muted in the course of my talking. All right, thank you so much. So I said this module 3 is a very interesting part for us because we want to hear what you call like a testimony, not a testimony as it is, but sometimes listening to the journey of a professional can help you navigate your own journey. You may be getting to a point now where you are discouraged and you're wondering, how am I going to get here? Is this actually what I even planned? Or should I just quit? I mean, I've had conversations with people that have called me and said that, well, I think it's time to quit and I want to go away. I'm not sure I can continue with what I'm doing. And then just a simple discussion, basically will say, wow, so this is where I'm missing it. Okay, I think this journey is still for me. I would like to continue. That's what we want to do now, and have a conversation with one of them. But before Bisola will come in, her name is Bisola. She will be coming into the conversation very shortly. And that is so we want to meet Abisola Benga Martins, one of our flagship and leading lights, lady in the aspect of occupational safety and health and even environment. She will be joining us very shortly. But before she comes up stage, somebody just whispered to me now and said, oh, that boy, you have not even asked any question in all of this, your master class since morning. So, and of course, the person knows I'm a teacher. All of you have been asking me questions. So the person feels normally I would have asked questions. So I would like to ask 1 or 2 questions here. And I want to get feedback. No, I think I should ask it on the chat room to make it easier for me. Not just the host and panel, but everyone. So let me ask my question here. So if you have answer to this question, you may want to answer it because you don't know what will come after the answer. So I'll type it shortly. Just wait for it. So my question is now on the chat room. What would you consider as the greatest barrier to implementation of HSC in Nigeria? What would you consider as the greatest barrier to implementation of HSC? Why are we not doing HSC in Nigeria? So let the answer roll. We are going to be choosing the best of these answers and see what comes after that. Thank you. I'm seeing leadership commitment, absence of leadership, people attitude and government participation, poor commitment of the Nigerian government, lack of policy enforcement and leadership, sustainability, management commitment, employee attitude to work, leadership commitment to work, leadership and individual, poor management, human compliance. Let's go. We're still looking for some answers from you. Bisola is already on the call, so I'm going to be bringing her to show her face. I hope she wants to show her face. Let's see if she wants to show her face. I'm looking for her. Please let me spotlight myself and Bisola if she's here in the panel. Where is Bisola?
I'm here, sir.
Ah, she's here. Do you want to be spotlighted? Do you want to show your face?
I don't want to show my face.
Do you want to show your face? Don't worry. If you don't want to show your face, no problem. They're already seeing your picture here, so they know you.
Okay, I don't want to show my face.
You don't want to show your face so that they will not kidnap you, right? It's okay. Okay, thank you very much. So thank you so much, Bisola, for being here. I will get to this very quickly. All right, so wow, so many comments here. Fantastic. I think the revolving comment here is around leadership and regulation. So I see a whole lot talking about leadership, regulation, government attitude, and all of that. And I don't think you are far from the truth, because indeed, the lack of leadership is always, the major problem for anything that does not work. Like they say, everything rise and fall on leadership. So if there is no commitment to implementation of safety in Nigeria, we've got to talk about the leadership of Nigeria. And then you can now start defining who is leadership or what is leadership. But indeed, leadership commitment is very, very important for you to have safety work in any situation. Thank you so much for that participation. In Ghana, it says lack of commitment on the part of the policymakers, leadership. So Nigeria and Ghana are not different. So it's still leadership. Still leadership. Thank you. Thank you. Right. So let's get to today's final part of this conversation and bring here my very good friend, sister, colleague, who we have worked together and we are still working together to have this conversation with us on some very simple questions that I'm going to be asking her. Those questions are not documented, but I know she can answer all of them. So Bisola, welcome to HSC Masterclass. This is an initiative from Hybrid to continue to expand the horizon of safety in Nigeria. We started this since around 10 a.m. and even now, 2 p.m., we still have over 200 persons on the call. And that tells the story of how today has been. So thank you so much for everyone that is on this call. So Bisola, let's meet you. Let's meet you. I'll still put your picture there so that they can please see who is talking to us. Let's meet you. Tell us your name. I've put a few things here on the screen, but tell us just yourself, yeah?
All right. So my name is Abisola Gbenga Martins. A microbiologist by profession, and then I delved into health and safety. I remember back then in 2009, okay, I finished from the University of Ibadan, and then University of Ibadan, we used to have things like career days, and then where we had certain lecturers who were supposed to be our career advisors. So I was opportuned to have met with Mr. Adewale. I'm very sure he will not remember now because I know he's a HSC consultant, and then I actually met him later on in Hybrid, but of course, I can't remember he ever came to University of Ibadan to have one of those talks with us. So being a student of microbiology, you have that it's not just industrial microbiology, there's also an environmental aspect to microbiology. There's a food aspect to microbiology. I found myself loving environment. It was just easy for me. I don't think I had to prepare extra, do anything more. I just liked everything that had to do with the environment. First of all, because it was not predictable, unlike food, that what's present in orange has to be orange. Once you don't find certain microorganisms in orange, then you know it is no longer an orange. Do you understand? You know that, okay, there are toxins in it, so therefore it is now poison. But the environment, it changes. It wasn't fixed. Like if you come here today, the flora you find here today will be different from what you find there tomorrow. So that can actually make you understand that, oh, what has changed? What has occurred? Is it that there is an increased acidity or salinity, like something has occurred? That is why the flora here has changed. So I liked that part of environments, that it was unpredictable. So even if the flora has changed, does not mean maybe that place now contains toxins. So I just liked that flexibility that, oh, it's never certain. You get to find out different things. So thanks to Mr. Adewale that also came to speak to us in UI and made us understand that, okay, so if you're not doing food, if you're not doing industrial, if you're not going into virology or immunology, you can go into environment. And then the environment is broad. There's something called health and safety. And I'm like, oh, wow, health and safety. And then that time, it was the oil and gas guys that were doing so well. So everybody wanted a taste of of the Total, the
Chevron.
Mobil, the Chevron. Yes, everybody wanted a taste of that. So that was actually my driving force. So I'm like, oh, okay, to not be bad going into health and safety. Then there was another woman that also came to talk to us. She told us about something far back in 2010 about recycling and how she was able to save all the things about papers, like having them get shredders and then they taking the shredded papers to a toilet paper manufacturing company, and how she was able to increase and get some points for the company. So I found all of that fascinating. That was what actually drew me to health safety and environment. So that's after on graduating, getting into the going for NYSC. I didn't meet hybrid during NYSC. It was my uncle saying, you actually love environment. Okay, why not do one of these courses called NEBOSH? So I went on and then I read what NEBOSH was about. And I was wondering, what's NEBOSH? And I can remember visiting several places to say, okay, this NEBOSH is very expensive. I must read.
How much was it then? Maybe 200,000, right?
What did you say, sir?
Maybe 200,000, right?
No, it was not 200. I think it was 250 then. Yes, it was 250 then. And my dad was like, you just graduated. Please, what's this course that is 250,000? And as a very responsible daughter that I am, I said, don't worry, I have 50K saved up from NYSC that I will drop 50 and then you will give me the remaining 200. And he was impressed. It was like, oh, really? You have 50K? Okay. So it pushed forward, and then I went visiting different other places. I don't know if I'm allowed to mention names, but it wasn't just looking like where I wanted to sit down to do my exams. And the last place I went to was hybrid. And then I'm like, oh my God, okay, these guys look like they want my 250K.
Okay.
They look like they can train me and I can sit down and pass my examinations. I can remember I met with Prince, and then his approach, his demeanor was so good, and it was just one big happy family, and everybody was willing to say, you're doing NYSC and you're about to write NEBOSH. Now, wow, are you sure you can sit down? And then, they said, okay, that will advise you. You should start with CIH. And I'm like, CIH, what's that one again? And then they put me through that basic first, that's level 2, for me to have the health and safety done at the workplace, that I should study for that. And that will give me more insight into what NEBOSH really looks like, that as long as I'm able to read and apply myself to it. So I'm like, oh, wow. Okay, so I sat down for CIH that December, and then I read, and then I passed, and I'm like, okay, let's do NEBOSH in February. Let's do NEBOSH in February. And that was how my journey into health and safety started.
Wow.
The most impressive thing about it was during my class, I was the only jobless fellow in that class. Everybody there was an adult with over 10 years work experience. And I'm like, okay, am I in the right place? Like, everybody had proper work experience, and then they were all sharing examples of what had happened at their various places of work and how NEBOSH was making it make more sense to them. I was all theoretical. I'm like, oh my God, what is this about? So of course that opened up my mind into, okay, this foundation that I'm starting with seems to be a good one. I just need to stay committed, and then I need to be focused to know that I should follow through with all of this. But I want to say it would not have been possible without having the likes of Dapo push me and lead me and guide me. And then Mr. Benga, Prince was with us then. And then we had many other people, Toluwani, and many other people who were in the organization who are no longer there presently and are doing fine in their various places of work, you know, just put me through and guide me. And a very good part of it was me going back to hybrid and saying, okay, I've done my NEBOSH now. Would you give me an opportunity to try out all of these things that I have read theoretically, you know, something like putting me into the field so where I can acquire practical experience. So they were like, oh, fine, that there's an internship opportunity. Do you understand? Where
Which year was this? Which year was this?
This was 2014.
2014.
Yeah, this was 2014 because I went back to UI to do my master's. So I had like a sort of a break.
Okay. That's right.
Yeah, so I had like a sort of, so coming back from my master's was when I approached hybrid and they were like, yes, why not? And by the way, my master's was also in environmental microbiology.
Yeah,
so I was like, oh, okay. So I had an opportunity to acquire the practical experience through internship, you know, that gave me hands-on training and gave me an opportunity to know what the risk assessment was like, what hazard identification was like, what regulatory compliance was like. So it also allowed me learn what a proper office environment was, you know, collaborating with different teams, because I knew I had to work with many other people because where I had my internship was Coca-Cola. They had their own safety personnel also, and then they also had contractors who were working for them. So I had to learn to work together as a team, you know, collaborate and see, okay, hybrid is on board here, but we respect the fact that you also have to do your own work. You know, we had to work together where we submit weekly reports, where we submit weekly reports. So I liked the insights that I gained all through my
your internship.
Yes, I like the insights I gained all through my my internship.
How long did it take you to move from that internship to a full-fledged officer?
Oh, okay. So my internship was just for a year. Yes, my internship was just for a year, and then from them I became a safety advocate. And people used to think I had spent so long a time on the job, and I had to make them know not so long, but because I was very quick to embracing innovation, do you understand? And speaking with people, you know, to learn fast, you need to understand how to communicate, you know, how to ask the right questions and how to meet. You need to leave your comfort zone. You need to meet with people. You need to network. I think I enjoyed that. Hybrid opened me to so many people where I could ask questions. Do you understand? And then luckily for me, hybrid is just blessed with people who are always willing to share. So nobody was hoarding information. Everybody was willing to pour into me. And so I'm also always willing to pour into others when I see them asking questions on how do I need to grow my career? What do I need to do? Are you sure I'm in the right place? Of course, you're in the right place. We're just hopeful that the profession would grow and that the policies in Nigeria would favor the health and safety profession.
Thank you so much, Bisola. I'm just looking at, I remember 2014 in Coca-Cola. I can't remember seeing you on site because I don't come to site regularly, but I know you were there for some time. And at some point, you even grew into a supervisor, if I'm not mistaken. That project. Became a supervisor within, I think, 2 or 3 years. And you were leading the team on the site. My question is, what can you say were the critical ingredients that led to the success? I mean, being an intern and then moving up like that, leading a team, managing a whole site. What were the ingredients? What were those things that made that happen for you within that period?
Okay, so I would say that my ability to, okay, first of all, I would like to say thank you to Hybrid. So I was supervised previously by someone who, I was supervised by SOJ.
SOJ, okay.
Yeah.
All
I
right.
was supervised by SOJ. And I can see what his leadership qualities were like. So I didn't see myself doing anything lesser than what somebody had laid down.
So that's the person that actually coached and mentored you during your internship.
Yes, yes, yes.
Good.
So I had a very good leader, and then there was a template for me to follow. So it was very easy. And then I realized that it wasn't just an SOJ thing. It was a hybrid quality. It was something that was not just SOJ. Even when OPT came to site, it was the same thing. That was like, it was just the same. So it's not like it's an SOJ quality. It's just the hybrid thing where we work with excellent people, and what is expected of you, whether your supervisors are there or not, is you have to portray excellence in everything that you do, in everything you find yourself doing. So the leadership qualities, aside that visionary thinking, I had to think and articulate what exactly am I doing on site today, where I had to carry everybody along. I wasn't running a one-man show. It was a place of communicating with others and letting them see, okay, these have been our leading indicators for the week. We can do better than these guys. And it was you guys that put us here. So we don't want to drop. We only have to what? We have to be better. Remember that as safety people, we are not policemen.
Mm.
We are there to teach people and let them understand that this is why we do what we are doing, and it is for the better good of everybody. And that was how we were able to work that. Even when we had some contractors who were not kind of willing, who I would say were below the normal regular Coca-Cola standard, but we had to manage them. We had to work with them. But on the long run, they saw that it was for what? It was for the greater good, that we're just here to do our work. Remember that I'm not just Bisola on site, but I'm hybrid on site. And if hybrid do not do anything less, I should not be found doing such things. So they understood that also. But I was able to communicate that effectively with them, expressing and persuading them that this is why we have to do what we had to do. I remember there was an instance where somebody did not want to submit their hospital reports.
Okay.
Or
Yeah.
had gone to forge some hospital reports, and then we had to tell the person, no, you can't do this, you can't do this. You see, if anything happens on site, hybrid will be held responsible, but you are the one who has made that mistake. Now that we have identified it, we're not reporting you, but we want you to have that corrected. And then it went ahead to have the hospital reports properly done and then submitted at
Fantastic.
the proper time. Yes.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Bisola. So I just showed a picture of you now for those who are not seeing you. I hope
So the only girl.
Interesting. So this should have been around 2015.
Yes, 2015. Yeah. And that's Inyang, that's Olamide, and that's Soya. Can you hear me? Hello, I lost you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay, yes, I can. I lost you at the pointer.
Yeah, so I was saying that this must have been OTA project, isn't it?
Yes, this is Coca-Cola OTA project.
OTA project. Thank you so much. Okay,
Yeah.
so looking at the journey for you now, Bisola, 2014, 2024, 10 years. What has it been like working in that field? How many times have you had the thought of leaving safety and running to something else? How many times have you stayed there? What has that journey been the last 10 years?
Oh, so for me, it hasn't crossed my mind yet to leave because I'm enjoying what I
Okay.
do.
Okay.
It hasn't crossed my mind yet to leave, but there's always room for improvement. There's always room for, there's that continuous development. I'm always wanting to work on myself. What can I do to make it better? What can I do to enjoy my profession? Safety is very wide. Safety is far beyond hazard identification. So what else can you bring to the table? I don't know if people online have heard what we call sustainability, ESG.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that's another part of safety where you can delve into. There is the auditing part, if that is what you also want to go into. Safety is very, very wide. So it's you finding out opportunities. Right now, for me, I don't have plans to leave yet. Even if I'm thinking project management is project management in safety.
Yes.
That's the truth. And there are different aspects. There's the construction, there's the manufacturing, there's the environment. There is a lot. So it's asking yourself, what exactly do I want to do? What exactly do I want to do? That's the truth. So just getting in, reading journals, reading profiles on LinkedIn, opens up your mind to say, oh, are you serious? This person is also a safety professional, but the person has also done this, the person has done. It opens your mind to different opportunities to see what else you can do in order for you to, commitment to lifelong learning and professional development. That's just
right.
it.
That's right.
That's just it. You're staying abreast best
Hmm.
practices and evolving regulations. That's all.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. So I've just showed 2 pictures of you, and somebody is saying, why are you the only lady in these pictures? So the question is, how did you survive? I mean, we can't trivialize the fact that it appears today we have more safety people in the main part of the business. But the truth is, you worked in places where sometimes you are the lady and you are the one. I remember when you were the supervisor, all the guys you were the one leading a team of guys. What were those things that made it happen? How did you survive? What are those little ingredients or what you did? Because we have ladies on this call that also are looking forward to becoming things that you have done. I know even your last job here in Lagos here before you traveled, you were leading a whole construction company as a lady.
Yeah.
What were those things that called it out for you that made it possible to do that?
Okay, sir. So I will first say, first of all, you need to hone your communication skills.
Okay.
You need to be able to sell ice to somebody that is an Eskimo. Do you understand me? So it is not just you being wanting to speak or express yourself. It is you actively listening to what is being said, because I was in the construction industry before I left, and construction in Nigeria is, except you're working for the tier 1 construction companies.
Yeah.
I was working for a project management firm, and then we had the tier 1 construction, and we had a lot of Baba Yusufs working with us. And we had to manage them. First of all, I had to communicate safety properly, appropriately with my office first, that we want these guys to work for us. I can understand this is who the clients can afford, but there are things we mustn't joke with, because we don't also want them to tarnish our image as a project management firm. So these are the basics. I will not go below this. This is practically unacceptable. And then my ability to communicate such information first to my office and then to the tier 2, tier 3 construction companies was very, very important. I also helped them manage. Now, I cannot be the judge and the jury. So I was very kind enough to introduce them to good safety professionals also, that I would say, speak with this person. It doesn't really cost much. Do you understand? This person can help you and put you through maybe organize some basic trainings for you on site, and make you see the importance. And then they will come back to say, thank you. There's a company that I was happy that came to hybrid to do training, GT Project.
Right.
Yeah, GT Project was on my project. And then when I saw that he came to hybrid, I said, thank you very much, sir, for finally sending your workers to have GT Project used to do our drilling.
Drilling, that's piling project.
Yes, they used to do piling for us. They did piling on a couple of my projects. So when I finally saw that he came, I'm like, very good. It means that he did not act on it immediately, but he ended up acting on it. So that is somebody listening to what I had said. Then there's also the part of empathy and emotional intelligence. Oh, we need a lot of that. You have to understand people's perspective. You also have to understand their emotions. You need to be able to demonstrate some sort of compassion, because that will help you build a very strong relationship. In safety, you need to build strong relationships with people where people see that you respect them. I said safety is not about policing people. It is not about policing. You want them to be relaxed when they see you and not stop doing the wrong thing when they see you, so that you can correct them appropriately. Yes. So
that's an emotional intelligence.
There's also emotional intelligence. There's also the part of being flexible and adaptable. I had to do a lot of that. So there were instances where people will bring rickety machineries to my site. I will not chase you out on day one, but I will say, we've not done the pre-mop for this thing now. Can we just quickly do it? You didn't even tell me you were bringing this machine. I remember how the tier 2 and tier 3 construction people are. They just pick up one roadside excavator that just wants to quickly help them do the job. And so I made them see, you cannot be penny wise and pound foolish. We have not done the pre-mop. Baba, this machine will stop working today. Then we will have 3 days delay. The man argued with me. Do you understand? So I left him alone. I told him that this machine is not fit to do the job. But you know how they will call the MD and let the MD come say, Bisola, let that thing just work just today. So I said, okay, if anything happens, that let them sign that it was on them.
Documentation.
So documentation. Then nobody wants to sign. So I'm like, okay, then it cannot work if nobody wants to sign. Do you understand? So my MD signed. And my MD said, Bisola, you're making me sign. I said, you have to sign, sir, so that everybody is fine. Just in case some people visit the site, we know that somebody has taken responsibility for the job. Right. Unfortunately for us that day, the tank not only caught fire, it also stopped working. Yes, because they had a makeshift jerry can attached to the excavator truck.
Oh boy.
So now, that was me not saying, I told you. I just smiled. And then I said, so if I'm supposed to calculate man hours today, I have lost man hours just because we couldn't get another excavator truck. So my MD Sports, it was not a back and forth anymore. It was more of, okay, can we just get proper companies who lease out this
do the job,
so that we can partner with them. He had to learn a lesson, but we don't always have to learn a lesson. That's the truth.
Yeah.
So
Thank
we
you
now
so
finally got somebody on the island who was leasing equipment and will show us that he had serviced the his machines before time.
Thank you so much.
Instances like that.
Yeah, thank you so much, Bisola. I think you have really answered that question beyond what I even expected. Just 2 more questions. One now is, we have a whole lot of people on this call that are starters and beginners. Your story of how you began and where you are now is very encouraging, and the growth, that you have experienced. If you need to give some tidbits to the people who are just starting, what advice or pieces of advice will you give them? Somebody is just saying, okay, I want to start this journey right now. What will you be telling the person? Because I know you're also a mentor now, and you're mentoring a lot of young ones. What will you be telling the person to watch out for, to do in order to be better than you in another 10 years?
All right. So I would say, first of all, you need to take a deep breath, sit back and relax and ask yourself, what exactly do I want to do? Am I just going into this because everybody's going into this? Do I really have passion for ensuring that people go alive? Do you understand? Is it
Very
just
key. Very key.
am I just doing this because I need a job and it's just the fastest and easy way? If you do that, you might be caught in the web easily. Why do I say that? Because there are times we have contractors who are quick to, I don't want to say bribe, but they just think they can tip their way. Do you understand? They can tip their way through and say, maybe I've given this guy something so that let my work just quickly go. No, at all. You have to be a very principled person. So you're not there for the gains of what your contractors can offer you. No, but because you really want to ensure that things are done properly at the workplace. That's number one. So if that is your driving force, that's a good way to start. So I would say that you need to gain education and training. You need to get all of the relevant trainings. Do you understand? In health and safety, we have a lot of courses, and then luckily for us, Hybrid is a very good trainer. I've done quite a couple of courses with them, and I can say it's an avenue for you not just to do courses, but they also offer things like internship. There is something called DOME that allows people to, I think the one for this year has closed. I think it was in January.
A new one is starting in next week.
No,
it's
okay,
closed.
a new
closed.
batch.
It's
yes,
closed.
it's closed for the application.
Yeah,
Yes, the
for this
application
year.
is closed. Yes,
Yeah.
but the people who applied have been selected, and then they are starting next.
Absolutely correct.
They're starting when are they starting?
They're starting next week Friday, April 5.
Okay, they're starting next week Friday.
For 6 months. Yeah.
Yeah, for 6 months. So it's not too late. While you're waiting to do something like that, you can go ahead and apply for all of the courses. Do you understand? There are a lot of courses that recognized courses. Let me say that those courses are recognized by the accredited bodies. So you can apply for any of those and get registered. You also need to develop your technical skills. While you're doing all of those courses, you can develop your technical skills, familiarize yourself with risk assessment. Many of us have phones. We can do less of Instagram and TikToking and Facebooking, do you understand? And spend more time reading things that would cause our growth. Look out for things in risk assessments. You have Coursera, you have Antenna, you have Udemy. Some of them offer free courses. Just read through and see what is going. It would inspire you to now go for the recognized course that you want to pay. Do you understand? That the recognized courses. Look at what emergency response procedure are. Gain that hands-on experience. And there's also volunteer opportunities. I'm very sure if you tell Hybrid that you would like to volunteer, trust me, I'm very sure they will say, okay, come on board and come and do this and let's see. And from there, if you perform very well, why not? If not, we'll bring you on board. Then I'll also say you should stay informed. Stay informed. I'll go back again. Our phones are not just for the TikToking and the Instagramming. We can do what? We can keep ourselves up to date with the latest developments. We can look out for regulations, best practices in health and safety. There are a lot of industry publications that we can read. Oh my God, I used to attend a lot of workshops and seminars and conferences. They know me. I will attend, I will go. Why? Because I need to network. I need to meet people. I need to meet people. I need to ask questions. I need to talk. I need to know what's happening now. What are you guys doing? I need to know, this person has moved from this industry to this industry, so that I can private chat to the person and say, what did you do? How did you get there? Do you understand? Like, I need to do all of that. All of that is what has actually helped me. And I would say build a network. You need to network with professionals. It is very, very, very important. Why do you need to network with professionals? You need to learn from their experiences, and then you need to gain insight into their different career paths. You know, when you connect with mentors, when you participate in online forums, there is Waliu. I don't know if any of us know Waliu on this platform. What, do you understand? There's Waliu, there's Mukhtar. They are doing a lot of things. Just ask questions and know what's up, what is happening. What are there's also QHSC Academy, you know, all of that. Just network yourself and connect with each of these. Those are social media people. Those are the people that I know that are really doing a lot of work on social media, on WhatsApp, and then participate in online forums. I think Waliu does something on Sundays where people ask questions, where people just bother. You can do that, where you can ask questions. Then you also need to seek experience. You know, you need to gain experience. Like I said, if you have an opportunity to volunteer, we're not used to volunteering in Nigeria, but I've learned to volunteer a lot in this thing. You must volunteer, you know.
Yes.
While you're volunteering, you're meeting people. While you're volunteering, you're seeing what best industry practices look like. You're getting practical experience that will help you develop your valuable skills and make you more competitive in the job market.
Thank you.
That's how it is.
Thank you
And
so
I would
very
lastly
much.
say,
Yeah,
improve yourself.
that's right. That's
Improve
right.
yourself. Soft skills, very, very important. You need to be
Yeah,
able to communicate. You
yeah.
need to be a problem solver. And of course, you need to be a leader in anything you do.
Thank you so very much, Bisola, for this very interesting, very insightful. There are a lot of comments at the background, people saying thank you for opening up and encouraging everybody for this. So on behalf of Hybrid as well, of course, you are part of the family. This family is a large family wherever we are. So thank you. I mean, it's just as we're talking now, they were just bringing out some of your picture. They say, oh, look at Bisola, look at Bisola. I mean, if you haven't done all of this during those periods, definitely there wouldn't be anything to talk about. When I started this morning, I mentioned nobody gets to where it's going to without a journey. And I know your journey. I know how you have gotten to where you are now. And I'm sure just speaking to others now, they can also start saying, so in 5 years, in 10 years, I could actually be like this as well. So thank you for sparing your time. I know how difficult this is for you, Bisola. Don't want to divulge anything, but thank you. Thank you so much for being here. I'm sure more than the number of people that have listened to you, they have taken away quite a number of things. Even those of us who think we are very experienced, there are a lot of nuggets that you have given to us now. So I want to say thank you for this, and I wish you the very best. In your career, you have told us you have not had a rethink yet, so we are still together. So thank you. Thank you. We keep moving together. We keep moving together and doing what we need to do. God bless you. Regards to the family, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And then I
Thank
wish
you.
you all the best. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I can see a lot of people clapping and saying thank you, thank you. So thank you, everyone. It's 2:33, 2:36. Good timing, good planning. We still have about 200 people on this call. Wow, since 10 o'clock. I would like to say a big thank you to everyone, even as I'll hand over to my colleague now to just round up this. I would like to say thank you for being here. It's been a very interesting journey since 10 o'clock. Our contact is there. And of course, the conversation on the promo is there. So Amaka, over to you to round up this, and then we'll be closed for today. And any other thing you would like people to hear, Amaka, please, over to you. Thank you.
All right, thank you, everyone. I hope you have learned one or two things from the experience of Mrs. Bisola. And I can tell you that this is a career path that you need to kick off if you have not started the path. However, for us here, we feel we give back to society, and we feel that to help you to kickstart this career, we would like you to take opportunity of the offer being displayed and click on the link. Start from level 2. or start from working safely, whichever capacity that you have now, just start instead of sitting and waiting for an opportunity to fall on your lap. Please take advantage of the opportunity for the offer and register right now. Also, we also like to tell you that our social media handles will be displayed on the chat room so that you can follow us on all social media. We are in LinkedIn, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, all the handles of social media. You can follow us and get some tips on social media, especially for professional information. You can also get our daily content on LinkedIn. And also, we would like to also state that we have different program coming up yearly from empowerment to conferences that we organize yearly. Please kindly look out on our social media handle to be able to get some of this information as well. And also for training, you can reach out to us at inquiry@hybrid-hsc.com, or you can also make inquiries on our website, www.hybrid-hsc.com. And you can also make inquiry on some of the WhatsApp number or call directly on the direct line to make your inquiries. Please, if you have other questions that has not been answered on this platform, kindly send us a private message or email us. Lastly, we also say that this training comes with e-certificate. So kindly fill the form on the e-certificate link so that you can generate your certificate on the go. And please kindly also go to, if you want record of the training, go to our YouTube handle at Hybrid Group, and you get the record of this training from the beginning to the end. Thank you so much for the patience, for the time, and also the opportunity to go through this part. You will never regret your time being here, and I'm sure that this has start your curiosity, and it will give you leverage in going about your career in the area of health and safety professional. Thank you, everyone. Please kindly also follow us on all social media handles. Send out your question. The training is about to... Okay, yes, you are getting certificates. Please, you are getting certificates. There is a link that will be dropped, that is constantly dropped on the chat room. Go to that link, fill your information, and you will generate your certificates. Please check the chat room. The chat room is open for the link. And if there's any other question, kindly reach out to us on our social media handle for more information. And our website is also there, www.hybrid-hsc.com, for more information. And we also pin on Google. You can Google us and you get a contact number to reach out to us as well. If there's no other question, I would like to bring this to okay, so for the scholarship for the newbies, we are going to be posting a general question on our social media handle for those that participated on this training. And if you answer correctly some of the questions that will be asked, you will be qualified for that particular scholarship. Please follow us on the handle for you to be able to answer the question and qualify for the scholarship. Okay, any what? Okay, so like Dapsin has said, this career path, the certification training that we just display here is just to kickstart the program. Remember that after you get the general certificate, you have to specialize in the area that you feel that you are competent in. There are different competent certification specialized courses that have been listed in this program. Start thinking about it. Start doing the analysis or doing a survey concerning your strength or the industry that you want to work on, and you can kickstart your career by starting with some of the some of the certification training that has been displayed. If there's any other question, please kindly reach out to us on our social media handles or send us an email. We also have an email for the training at hybrid-hsc.com. You can reach out and make inquiries for the training. Thank you so much, everyone. Please take out time to fill for your certificate.
All right. Thank you so much, everyone. And see you next time. Bye-bye.
Okay. The link, are they getting it? It should be automatically sent to them, right? On the emails. Yeah, okay. All right. Are we leaving it for a bit? Are we leaving it for a bit? Yes, let's leave it for a bit.